fuck is going on in our country? Jesus. Literally, guy whipped out a high velocity 223 caliber rifle and started shooting at people. It's a shame. It's an absolute shame. I don't necessarily like the way the headlines are, and this is why our country can't. This is why our country will never make any progress. And well, it's one of the many reasons. The other day, the conversation was on wherever the fuck I left my soda. The conversation yesterday was, we don't have to respect everyone's viewpoint. We only have to respect people's right to have a viewpoint. And then last night I had an encounter with a terrible fucking creator. I'm on the creator's side. I'm trying to provide context. And then the creator makes a video about me, accusing me of something, and I had to make a response video to that. Then they came to my response video, and they were like, you're backpedaling. Look, man, I don't backpedal. I literally had, in the same thread, I asked somebody for context, and I said, would this have sounded better? The problem with doing a text response to somebody is that you say it, and you think it sounds good in your head. But then other people interpret it. Remember, in communication, it is always the speaker's job to ensure clarity. It is not the fault of the receiver. It is the fault of the receiver. Like when we play the game, who gets blamed for what? The speaker gets blamed for the lack of clarity. The receiver gets blamed for the lack of understanding. I heard you say you want me to do this. I heard you say you believe this. And we don't hold people accountable to that anymore because we're not interested in holding people accountable to anything. Nobody wants to be held accountable to anything. Look, I admit on the conversation, I knew where I was trying to go with it. I admit that the way I was framing it probably wasn't the best way to frame it. But at the end of the day, if you're going to make a mountain out of a molehill, then don't be surprised when I bury you in the molehill. Like, why do people run off and say this person's beliefs are? This is the whole French toast versus waffles thing. I like French toast. So you hate waffles? I've seen people get banned from chat channels because of misunderstandings. No, people get banned from chat channels because they act like tools. Because there is a certain level of behavior that is acceptable. There's a certain level of behavior that's not. And truthfully, if you become a problem child, I have zero problem banning you once you become a distraction. If you're content for the channel, that's one thing. But when you're deliberately going out of your way to be a distraction, when you're deliberately going out of your way to be a nuisance, then what you're doing is you're derailing the show. If somebody is deliberately going out of their way to be a nuisance, to be ignorant, to be an ism, to be an ist, well then go start your own show. If you don't have the ball sack and the spine and the big girl panties to go start your own stream with your beliefs, then stop bothering other people's. And that's especially when we start, people are saying like, well, you censored me. Bitch, I'm not the government. I don't censor people. I just don't invite them into the conversation. And people don't get the distinction. What I really don't like is how the media is starting to frame things. Minneapolis Catholic school shooting. Active shooter incident at Catholic school. Minneapolis respond to Catholic school shooting. The only people who wrote this properly, these two are written properly. 1 dead, 6 injured in shooting next to high school. 1 killed, 6 injured when gunman opens fire in broad daylight. Heavy police presence responding to major incident in South Minneapolis. Police respond to active shooter. So you'll notice that the smaller news outlets, they title their shit properly. Minneapolis police responding to Catholic school shooting. Was the shooting in the Catholic school? No. Then fuck you, CNN. You wrote that in such a way to get clicks, to get ads, to get revenue. Minneapolis Catholic school shooting reported. Was it in the school? Was the shooter from the Catholic school? No. Well, then stop framing things in such a way to make it say what it's not. I don't think Donald Trump can... No, Donald Trump isn't appointing anybody to the Federal Reserve Board. Donald Trump has to first make a spot on the Federal Reserve Board. There's a lot of people that are confused. Donald Trump doesn't have unilateral authority to remove people. They're appointed for set terms, and they can only be removed for cause. But now Wolf Agar, I think it was Wolf Agar. Was it you yesterday that we started talking about the Constitution? The question of the day yesterday was... Where the fuck am I? The question of the day yesterday was, should the Constitution be interpreted literally or adaptively? Well, that's a great question. That was yesterday's question. Should the Constitution be interpreted literally or adaptively? No, he didn't get her fired. He didn't get her fired. He's in the process of trying to get her fired. Unless something has happened. He threatened to fire her. Hold on. Let me... He announced... Yeah. So Lisa... 2 days ago, Donald Trump announced he was removing her. However, she has publicly stated that she will not resign. And the replacement would have to be appointed. And... Hold on, I'm looking up something because you threw me for a loop. Yeah, so what would happen is this. Lisa Cook is not fired. No, you're safe until January. All you are is safe until January. Because her term expires in January of 2026. The replacement wouldn't be able to start working until confirmed by the US Senate. Now, with the way all of our politicians are behaving lately, it would not surprise me if the politicians approved the replacement and then we had some other bullshit showdown. Right? And our country is just in a absolute world of shit. Hold on 1 second. Trying to solve a problem, and they, of course, this one particular company always waits until I'm live and then they send it to me. I've seen a lot of governments move towards Desperate Housewives levels of drama. Here's where we're in trouble. So many people just want to blame everybody else for the problems. They don't want to understand where the problems come from. I saw somebody today blaming Reagan for house prices. Okay, Reagan is not responsible for house prices. Capitalism is. Capitalism is, and I wrote an article, it's going to be coming out next week. I'm loving this new production system. I'm absolutely loving it. So, for step one, because even if nobody reads the articles I write, I just have a good time doing the mental exercise. Okay, so step one. This is your economy. If you have a fixed rate of inflation, and all items in that economy are all affected equally by the rate of inflation. So President Jalon hits the reset button. I make the minimum wage $15 an hour, and I pull a rabbit out of my ass, and I create enough. I destroy enough expensive homes, and I get rid of enough slums, and I build enough starter homes where the median home price is $93,600. So you get $31,000 a year in income, and the median home price is $93,600, and everything is good. And then if your income, if your raise year after year after year after year matches the inflation of 3%, and house prices were somehow magically fixed at 3% inflation, then in 10 years, the system would still be working fine, because it would still be a ratio of 3 times your annual salary. But this isn't how it works. What happens is assets appreciate faster than the rate of inflation. And so if you start off with the rate of inflation being 3% and the wages match that, right? But and I forgot. I got to clear that up in the article. I think I might have. Yeah, what you're doing is home prices are going up, I believe, by 4% in this model. Well, after only 5 years, you need 3.5 times your salary to buy the median home. After 10 years, you need four and a quarter. It's not about fiscal policy as passed by the government. It's simply the nature of the appreciation of a neighborhood. A brand new starter neighborhood out on the outskirts of a metropolitan area doesn't have the niceties. So, yeah, I can get a starter home for $125,000 there, but it doesn't have a hospital. I'm 30 minutes from a hospital. Hey, ironically, I'm 30 minutes from a hospital. I'm 20, 25, 30 minutes from all the stuff to do. Okay? I'm 20 minutes from a Walmart. I'm 20 minutes from the bottom of civilization is what I call it. I'm 30 minutes from the mall, the movie theater, the nice restaurants. Well, there's a reason why a templated house the same size as mine is $425,000 in the nice neighborhood. Well, why is your house so much cheaper? Yeah, the schools haven't caught up to the population. The schools are initially fully funded. The population of kids isn't drastically high. People aren't understanding. The president, the Congress, they don't go out of their way to fuck you on your home price. And everybody's like, raise the minimum wage. Okay, let's keep doing the fucking thing that is the worst thing to do. Increasing the minimum wage is the worst way to solve the problem because it makes everything else more expensive. Because what happens when everybody has more money? They compete for the same commodity and they bid over market value. Now, if you would like to slow down house costs, number one, you should never, ever, ever be allowed to, and I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this, but it's what you would have to do. Houses should not be, houses need to go the way of car sales. Remember car sales? Cars used to be like way more expensive. There was a bigger margin. Now cars are priced to move. You walk onto a lot, most car dealerships don't negotiate. They literally tell you what we have listed on our website is final and best. There is no negotiation. The negotiation happens with all the other things. We need to do that with houses. We also need to do it with mortgages. Look, there is a next level amount of bullshittery going on when they tell you, oh, your mortgage rate is 6.25%, but if you give us $10,000, you can buy your interest down to 5.75%. Wait, my credit warrants me getting a 6.25% interest rate, but if I give you $10,000 up front, you'll lower my interest rate by 0.5%. No thanks. I'll just take your 6.25%, and then I'll keep my $10,000 in upfront money, and I will just apply that down to the mortgage in the first month. Or even fucking better, if I have an extra $10,000 sitting around in cash, I will finance less. I will finance $10,000 left on the mortgage, and the interest will save me way more than $10,000 as refactored and recalculated. Remember, a mortgage isn't a single loan for a duration of 360 months. A mortgage is 360 individual loans, each 1 month term, 2 month term, 3 month term. That's why that last term has accumulated all the interest. No, I'm not. I have never bought points. I have never bought down my interest rate. I will never buy down my interest rate because it's stupid. If I have that money up front, then I'll throw it down on the mortgage. If I don't have it up front and I don't like the mortgage rates, guess what I'll do? I'll stand pat. I'll stay where I'm at. You think I'm buying a house right now at 6.5% to 7% mortgage rates? I saw somebody that came to me for financial advice. They have a 7.21% mortgage rate. Oh man, I can't make ends meet. No shit, you're fucking drowning. You're fucking buried, man. And they didn't like my answer. They accepted it. I was like, you need to get a second job. For right now, you need to get a second job because they're doing the fucking bullshit where they're like, oh, well, we bought a new house, so we bought new furniture and it's all on the credit cards. And yeah, did you 0% finance it? Yeah. You might want to look at your terms and conditions because when you hit 12 months of that, you owe back interest. Yeah, and they let you finance the cost of the buy down into the lower rate. Right. They let you finance that. If you give us $10,000 today, we'll gladly give you a hamburger next Tuesday. But you're going to pay interest on it. Wait a minute. You're going to loan me money that I give back to you so I pay less interest? Fuck all that. If you don't have 20% down. Now, there are some exceptions to this. If you don't have 20% down, unless you're buying a house that's a diamond in the rough, you should never be trying to move into a house without 20% down. Because you're going to have a line item on your mortgage called PMI, and you're literally paying the bank a fee that isn't insurance for you. Until you have 20% equity in the building, you can't get that reduced. Now, again, if you find a diamond in the rough, if you find a $70,000 house, and if you're paycheck to paycheck poor, I hate saying that, but it's the only legitimate way to say it. If you're paycheck to paycheck poverty, I don't like that either. If you can find a house, get into the house. As I said the other day, and a couple of people PM'd me, and you can always PM me on Discord. If you PM me on Twitch, I might get it. I might not. I happened to pick up the ones yesterday. If you can get into a house, like I said, you need the bathroom to work, you need the furnace to work, you need to have running water. The AC is nice. If you have those 4 things, I hate to tell you, if you can get into that house, I mean, and we're assuming that it's not filled with bugs and rats and all that shit. Like, it has to be sanitary. It can't have filth. But you are better off sleeping in a house like, oh man, the power's kind of unstable, and I haven't had a chance to get the electrician out here to fix the outlets, so I don't have anything plugged in. That is better than spending another 2 months in a rental where you're making a landlord rich. I had told my daughter, I said, if you had told me what you and your friend's plan was, I would have bought you guys a house. And you had a 4th friend that could have gone in. I would have charged you each $500 a month. And then I would have charged you another $100 a month each for the utilities. And then I would have bought them a house, not bought them, but I would have bought a house, a 4-bedroom, put them in it, and then I would have been collecting $2,000 a month from them, and I would have been putting $2,000 a month on top of it, and the house would have been paid. And then I would have kept charging them rent, but since I knew all the kids anyway, I would have been putting their money into savings accounts for them. Instead, what they ended up doing is they ended up, and they're so fucking dumb. They ended up giving the landlord $18,000 and they only lived there 10 to 12 months on the lease. They decided to solve their problem without talking to me or getting any help. And what I told them was, or ended up telling my daughter is, the moment you move out of the apartment and give them the keys, if they've agreed to let you move out, they have to let you know in writing when they filled the unit, because your obligation is done after that, because the lease says you have access to that unit. When you break your lease, don't ever pay multiple months. Say to your landlord, I would like to get out of my lease. I will pay until you fill the unit. But you have to let me know, because they're going to let you know, because you're still going to have a key to the unit. They're going to be like, all right, hey, we've got somebody to fill your unit. This is going to be the last day. Come in and sign your termination of lease paperwork. But no, because they were young, dumb kids, the management company ended up getting 2 more months of rent out of them. Now, did I feel like putting on a suit and driving up there and raising hell? Yes, I did. Did my daughter want me to? No, she did not. So I didn't. Because at the end of the day, ain't my fucking money. That was your money. You pissed away that money. Let's start with, yeah, in a way, it's a lesson learned. I'm going to play a video. It might offend some of you. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with being a little offended. I want to play this video because I want to understand, when did our world, and I mean this, when did our world become so soft?
What the fuck do you mean we listen and we don't judge? Don't drag my ass into that circle-jerking bullshit. Some of you assholes are just straight up wrong as fuck, and I'm judging the ever-loving shit out of you. You start running your mouth, and I'm just supposed to sit there like it ain't the dumbest shit I've ever heard?
When the fuck did we get to this point in society where, and this was supposed to be in the other show. When did we get to this point in society where I have to nod and validate your bullshit? When did I become the offensive one because I make react content on TikTok pointing out all the logical flaws that people have, and I'm the bad guy? Let's take all the money away from the billionaires, and then we can give everybody $18,000. We can give everybody $20,000. No, you fucking dumb truck. You can't, because number one, if you did do a fire sale of all the billionaire wealth, you just cost the country 24 million jobs. You have just deleted not just 6 trillion of their wealth. You've fucking crushed the GDP. You lose 24 million jobs in America right now. You're not even going to have bread lines in soup kitchens because ain't no one going to know where the fucking bread is or the soup.
Fuck no. I'm roasting every fucking word while you dig your own fucking hole. So yeah, I judge. Hard as fuck. With every pissed off, petty ass fiber of my don't give a fuck soul. You say stupid shit, I'm calling you out. No.
When did we get to the point where society was so fucking weak? Look, I started the show by saying I made a post, and in retrospect, looking at the post, a very nice individual had a conversation with me and gave me some insight as to where I went sideways. I made a post. I didn't have all the words that I should have put in it. Nice individuals we're like talking. The original poster doesn't want to have a conversation with me, but a random person who saw it says, yeah, I can see. They said, I can see it both ways, but I'm more going to lean to the person who made the critique of you. And all I said was, then how could I have said it better? That's a growth experience. That's a learning experience. But when did everybody become so weak that they say something and they won't stand by it? Like if I say it, like there's a great scene in The West Wing where the presidential candidate, the lowest funded Democratic candidate, he has enough money to have one commercial and they don't have it filmed. And so he just goes down to the news studio because his commercial is supposed to air right after the news. And he said, he started speaking and he says, and you better believe I endorse this message. Like, when did people become so cowardly that they'll say something that they know is bullshit, that they wouldn't have ever followed Wheaton's law? I made the joke yesterday about if you want to say whatever you want to say, stand in the box. And I'll be just outside the lines of the box holding Lucille. And if the shit you say don't add up, well, me and Lucille gonna tune your ass up. If you believe what you say, if you have courage and conviction, say it. If it's logical, say it. But people are hiding behind and they're like, you don't want to be judged for your words. If you don't want to be judged for your words, then if you practice this, if you touch your bottom teeth to your top teeth, you will magically shut the fuck up.
No fucking filter or hesitation. This ain't fucking therapy. It's real fucking life. And in real life, dumb motherfuckers get their shit wrecked.
In real life, dumb motherfuckers get their shit wrecked. And you know what? We are living in a world where a lot of people have never had their shit rocked. We have a lot of people that don't understand there's a difference between talking the talk and walking the walk. Now, adult individuals in a male biological shell, because I don't want to call them men, we now have a generation of the hands off, the no discipline, the no being harsh. Shit, man. Maybe I have a bias because I went to Catholic school. I was afraid of getting a Bible thrown at my head. Fucking Sister Mary Frances, you don't know your times tables. Well, then you learn them because all your knuckles are blue. 2 bruised knuckles times 4 bruised. I got 8 bruised knuckles, Sister Mary Frances.
No warning, no fucking pity party. Don't expect a hug or someone to wipe your fucking tears. I'll be standing there watching you make a complete fucking fool of yourself, not giving a single fuck while you crash and burn.
Like, this is... Pirate Software decided to not have integrity. He lost a couple of 100,000 followers. He never apologized. In some ways, I respect it. You stood what you stood for. I don't think he should have stood what he stood for, but I respect the fact that he didn't apologize for it. He's not going to be an apologist. Fuck him.
Because some of you fuckers don't need a hug, you need a fucking muzzle, and someone to finally tell you how full of shit you really fucking are. I'm that someone. You're fucking welcome. Keep fucking shit up and spread chaos like a boss.
I do not understand. Like, you're right. He couldn't admit fault even a single time. I don't subscribe to that theory. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Right? If you're wrong, you're wrong. Growth comes from admitting I made a mistake there. I made a mistake there. I made a mistake there. There's a difference between making a mistake and having a fucked up sense of morals and values. If your moral compass doesn't point to morality, that's fucked up. But if you have a view, for example, a proper adult goes, I made a mistake, so moving forward, I'll do X. Right. And that's what I did today. If this wasn't clear, I'll clarify it in the future. Now, what I didn't say, because I don't want to start a TikTok flame war about this particular topic, what I didn't say is anybody educated would know what I was referring to, because I don't want to start a TikTok flame war. Because I'll go the whole fucking 9 yards. I don't give a shit. I know what I said. I know what I meant. I know you clipped me out of context. It's cool. No problem. I'll play the game. But it's also just as easily for me to say, you know what, based on what you're pointing out, okay, I could have said that better. Shit. You remember the old days? But most kids don't remember one of these motherfuckers. They also don't remember when you would get your papers back with these two motherfuckers. You used to get papers back in red and green. Red was you're flat wrong. I'm telling you as the teacher, as the instructor, as the mentor, as the educator, on anything I marked up in red, you're fucking grammatically correct or you spelt this wrong. Anything in green is suggestions, suggestive writing. I remember I thought I was, hot shit, 16 years old in college. First fucking paper I got back in English 101, I could barely fucking tell. I could barely read what I had typed. And it wasn't red. It was greens. It was greens all over the place. And so I had to go back and I said, I carried an extra copy of the paper. I said to the professor, I was like, I can't understand any of what you wrote. Can we go over it? And we did. We sat down, we got a cup of coffee. She got a cup of coffee. I was still chugging Mountain Dew at the time. And I said, and she walked me through it. This is shit that nobody had ever done for me. Like, my high school teachers had a little bit, but all my high school teachers had done was, my high school teachers used this motherfucker all the time. Where I'm wrong. No, it was, she was a full professor. She was a full tenured professor of, English literature. But it's nobody ever. I understand why people stopped taking advice. I'm sorry. I understand why people stopped giving advice. And people stopped giving advice because people stopped taking it. Foamy the Squirrel, fuck's sake, 25 years ago probably, the guy, Ill Will Press, the guy who does Foamy the Squirrel, he said, you know what's wrong? You asked me for advice, I gave you advice, you ignored the advice, and now you're coming back to me saying, I wonder how everything turned so wrong. Well, it's because you didn't follow the fucking advice I gave you. I'm not saying advice always needs to be taken. But when you start the position from, I don't know what to do, and people give you advice, and you follow one of them, that's good. So when your starting point is here, and you say, I don't know, this is true growth, because you don't know. But most people, when they say advice, they say, I want to ... I no longer engage with those people in my personal life. If somebody comes up to me and they say, I want to ... what do you think? I say, I think it sounds like you know what you want to do. Because I'm not going to sit here and have a 3-hour argument with you to help you overcome your bias. I'm not interested in that. If you already think you know what to do it. Because then the conversation can switch to, well, can you help me do it? I'm painting walls in my new house, and the paint guy at the store asked me what I wanted, and I said, like white walls. But what specifics would you recommend for ease of use and cleaning later? There you go. He was baffled I wanted advice because most people know what they want. Right. Exactly. This is what the problem is. Most people do not want advice. They want validation labeled as advice. They have an external locus of control, and they want to be told, they want to be assured, they want to be reaffirmed that their decision is good. As far as what 6 Foot is saying is, it amazes me. I sold paint at 16. My job was at Sears Roebuck and Company. I worked in hardware. I liked paint because we made commission. We got a dollar commission or more on every can of paint we sold, but $1 was the minimum. Well, it was great because I had no problem going to work at 5:30 in the morning, and right when we opened the doors at 6, all the contractors would run in for the day, and they need this, and this. Well, one day a guy came in and he bought 48 cans of flat white paint. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna look, man. If you're walking in and you're saying you need 48 cans of flat white paint, I am not about to say shit else to you. That's $48 in commission. Yes, sir. Toot sweet. I'll be right back. Run in the back. Get all the cases. Bring them up. Here you go, sir. And for for 12 cases, I helped him load them in his car or in his panel van. I'm not about to tell a guy who's buying 48 cans of fucking paint shit. Ain't words gonna come out of my mouth. My boss was like, you didn't try to sell him any brushes or... No, sir, I did not. He just bought 48 cans of paint. I'm not about to fuck with him. When other people come in and they're like, do I need a flat? Do I need a semi-gloss? Do I need a gloss? Well, where are you gonna put it? What room are you painting? And a guy once said to me, well, what does it matter? And I said, well, it matters because what room you're in, you don't want to put a flat paint in a bathroom because it's going to streak. You need a paint that can withstand moisture. And the guy was like, I don't really feel comfortable taking advice from a teenager about paint. I said, well, sir, just to let you know, I'm the son of a contractor, but if that doesn't make a difference, there's nobody else working in the paint department today. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to help you. What am I going to do? If you're going to judge me on my age, what am I going to do? Then he starts asking me some questions. It's like the best way to get somebody to engage back with you is to just acknowledge, yes, sir, I completely understand. If my age is an issue, unfortunately, there's nobody else here, so I'm not going to be able to sell you any paint today. Because then in their head, there's like, well, why don't you want to sell me paint? And then one guy was cool as shit. He was a bit of an asshole, and then he got to cool as shit. He's like, well, why should I listen to a teenager about paint? And I said, well, have you ever bought paint before? He said, no. I said, have you ever painted a room before? He said, no. I said, well, then one of us has gone through the Sears paint department training, and one of us hasn't. And he laughed. He laughed his ass off. And he's like, you know, that's a great answer. Yeah, a guy buying 48 cans of paint probably knows if he needs brushes or not. A guy buying 48 cans of paint does not want to pay Sears price for paintbrushes. He wants to buy Sears paint, but he doesn't want to buy our brushes. He probably buys them in a box of 50 from Lowe's. Or what was, I don't think, yeah, Lowe's was around. No, I don't know if Lowe's was around yet. I mean, it was around, but I don't think it was around by me. So he probably goes to Menards and gets 50 paintbrushes in a box. But yeah, we've got to get past this we got to get past this. We can't be critical of each other. Now, what we can't do is we can't be assholes to each other, which is more and more, I think that's the only setting people have. I think the only setting people have is that everybody wants to be an asshole to everybody. It's like I got my nerve conduction results back. And the doctor was kind of cool as shit. The doctor was like, I forgot what he said. He's like, and I'm sure you're probably going to want to argue with me. Looked at the doctor and I was like, why would I argue with you about whatever results you're going to send me? And he was kind of like mortified. He kind of like looked at me and he's like, you're not going to, Doc, I'm not a fucking neurologist. We're at the point of medical that I don't have an answer. I'm coming to you because you're supposed to have the answers. And he was like, everybody always argues. Argues with the neurologist over what? The neurologist is just going to tell you there's nothing wrong with your nerves that's causing this. We need to go look elsewhere. Well, there's got to be something. And I wish I wish doctors could just talk to patients the way they need to. Look, motherfucker, I didn't say there's nothing wrong with you. I just said based on this test didn't reveal anything wrong with you. Although ironically, you can get a kick out of this one. I went to the doctor for my left hand, both my feet, and because my right hand was the control group, they found carpal tunnel in my fucking right wrist. And I laughed with the doctor and I was like, you guys found something wrong with the only good appendage I have? I was like, fuck off, man. I'm like, God's sake, I didn't need you to break something else. Like, what are you doing? Fuck off, man. Leave this one alone. This one worked fine. And they're like, when are you gonna have carpal tunnel surgery? I'm fucking not. I don't need it. Let's, yeah, surprise, motherfucker. Let's talk about this one, because I don't understand what's so complicated and why we need to have court cases about this. Appeals court unanimous and pivotal ruling on undated or misdated mail-in ballots. Okay, before I even read the story, this is a 10-cent problem. This is a 10-cent problem. Who gives a shit if the ballot is dated or not? Who gives a shit? All mail-in ballots should be stamped, received, and they should be there should be a member of the Republican Party and a member of the Democratic Party standing there at the same time, and one should have a blue stamp and one should have a red stamp, and then they should both look, yep, we both put the right date on it. Stamp, yep, stamp. You stamp them all as they come in. You stamp them all and you put them in a locked box. Then you don't open that box to start pre-counting. What you do is you keep track of how many are in the box. There's 50,000 mail-in ballots. Okay. On election night, if the polls close at 8 p.m., somebody comes along and they collect the 2 stamps, and now you can't stamp any more received. Now you have a red X and a blue X, and you stamp them all that way. Any other ballots that come through the door, you stamp them with a red X and a blue X, meaning both parties have seen it and they've both rejected it. You put all those in a different locked box. It didn't get here on time. We're not counting it. Just like if you don't get to the poll on time, they don't let you in. The Republican National Committee was dealt a blow by unanimous decision of the Third Circuit Appeals Court in the Republican effort to discard undated and misdated ballots. What the fuck does it matter if the ballot is dated or not? Why the fuck are you trying to take away people's right to vote? The 3-judge panel said in the 55-page ruling, we now have a 55-page ruling about the dates on ballots. The affected ballots need to be counted, and failing to do so is unconstitutional. Pennsylvania voters are required to write the date on the envelope for their mail-in ballots. Discarding thousands of ballots every election is not a reasonable trade-off in view of the date requirement, extreme, limited, and unlikely capacity to detect and defer fraud. Right. The date on the ballot, on the envelope of the ballot, is not going to detect or defer fraud, as well as Papa J's idea of, yes, it's now 8 o'clock. No. Now, of course, if the box got there, you're very interested in what those 55 pages say. Yeah, so am I. Yeah, how do you even manage to write 55 pages about it? Let's see if I can find it. No, I have it. Okay. Ah, shit. Argued on 1 July before these 3 judges, these people. The ballot is a building block of our democracy. Perhaps no civic act has greater importance or consequence than a citizen's casting of a ballot. Let me check something real quick. I want to check something. Just bear with me for one moment. Guys, I just want to check. Oh, hold on. I gotta give it. Gotta give it a little bit more. We're gonna see. I'm checking something real quick. Okay, it was entirely written by humans. I've been lately throwing stuff into AI generators to see if it says what the percentage is written by AI. Perhaps no civic act has greater importance or consequence than a citizen's casting of a ballot. Our Constitution calls upon the states to regulate those mechanics of how its citizens cast their ballot so that those citizens may meaningfully express their voices in what George Washington once called the last great experiment in promoting human happiness. It's pretty good. It's got me interested in reading. Voting by mail first became... Oh, it's only 55 pages. Yeah, it's 55 pages because it's the standard. It's the standard fucking template of legal judgments from the appeals court. But yeah, why do we have to have a problem that requires, like, honestly, why is our fucking country come down to the fact of we're gonna fight everybody who can vote, when they can vote, why they can vote? Why are we like this? We need to have voter registration laws. Okay? We need to make sure that people without IDs aren't voting. I don't disagree with you. My question for you is, why are we trying to take away people's right to vote? Why are we trying to make it harder to vote? Well, because we want to make sure every vote counts. Okay, cool. Then why are white people making an argument on behalf of black people? Well, what's the argument? White people are making an argument that voter registration laws impact the black community because black people don't have driver's licenses. What? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Well, we don't want to put any undue hardships. Who the fuck doesn't have a photo ID in this country? Half the shit you need to do, you need to show a photo ID. So why are we all of a sudden pretending like minorities don't have, that minorities don't have drivers, don't have photo IDs? And if the problem is minorities don't have photo IDs. 1 second. Like, I didn't know driving cars was exclusive to white people. Right. You got to, okay. This is what pisses me off about all the nonsense. Well, we don't want to force people to have photo IDs. Oh, really, asshole? Well, they got to have a photo ID to drive a car. They have to have a photo ID to go in a lot of places. They need to have a photo ID that like, you can't just walk into your doctor's office with a slip of paper. Even if you don't have a driver's license, you can get an ID. Absolutely. If like, well, the poor people that are on like Medicaid, poor people on Medicaid need to have a fucking photo ID because they can't walk in and get medical treatment with just a paper slip that says they have insurance. If you try to give that to them and say, I'm going to need a photo ID, if they say I don't have a photo ID, they say, I literally cannot help you then. You go to Social Security office, they don't give a shit. You need to have a photo ID. They need to make positive identification of who you are. If the answer is, if I say you need to have a photo ID in order to vote, and your first response is, we don't want to inconvenience any minority group, my response to you is then let's acknowledge that and let's look at why, apparently, according to you, it's so fucking hard to get a photo ID. If the problem is getting a photo ID is cumbersome, then let's fix that. For example, when you go into the DMV, you go into the DMV, you've got to wait in not every DMV, I'm talking about the DMVs down here. When you go into the DMVs, you have to wait in the same line to get a photo ID as you do to get a driver's license. Why? Why don't we have a separate line for people that only need a photo ID? They don't need to take the test. They don't need to take a road test. They don't need to take a vision test. Why do we make shit so hard? Why do we make driver's licenses good for only 4 years? Why don't we go back to the old way of doing it, where if you get too many points, they suspend your driver's license? Why don't we make everybody get a photo ID when they get their driver's license? Because you're literally talking about the same ID number. You're just printing it on a different template. Why don't we make it so that when you turn 18, you have to go get your ID? If these are the problems, then why are we turning it into, we don't want to inconvenience a minority group? Well, I shouldn't have to show an ID to vote because you can't deny me of my constitutional right to vote. Okay? Some places don't have same-day voter registration, which means if you didn't do this other requirement, you can't vote. We want to create problems. We don't want to create solutions. You got to show an ID to get on an airplane. Traveling by airplane is a privilege. You don't have to show an ID to vote. It's a right. No, it's a responsibility. It is a right. It's a constitutionally protected right, but it's a responsibility. So if in order to do my civic duty, I know in advance, and well, the other argument I hear is, well, what about the people that don't know? Well, then why are we saying it's okay that we've raised an ignorant populace? They didn't know they needed to have an ID to vote. Who fucking failed them in high school? Because I'll tell you, the one group of people that I've always historically met that are the most excited to vote are 18-year-olds. They are the most excited when I was a teacher, they were the most excited group because going to vote was an excused absence. And all the teachers were told on election day, don't do any pertinent curriculum. Do all side silo work, not main silo work. Half my students were out that day to vote. I was the civics teacher. And so I went around the room and I said, everybody stand up. If you're 17, sit down. Everybody sat down. I didn't have one 18-year-old in the room. I was like, cool, let's do it. I'm getting there. I will probably not answer the questions one way or another on the Discord The Discord are questions to help me refine the segment for the show. So when it comes to voting, should voting be... Oh, wait, no. Stop it. That's the next show. I already covered the other show. Or, no, I haven't gotten around to covering constitutional interpretation yet. Yeah, Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, we're all off. Yeah. You're right. That's why I created the Discord channel, so that I could put the daily discussion. Yeah. Voting for me should be mandatory. But then I believe in an idea. I'm an idealist. I believe that if we want to have meaningful change, we need to not just have a plurality of votes, we need a majority of votes. I would like the big issues to be voted on by the populace. But we don't have 100% voter participation. We barely this last election had what? A little over 50? What was our voter participation? Getting that number right now. 65%. It was 65%. If it's mandatory, how do you want to punish non-voters? Since here, that's a very contentious topic, even with mandatory voting. Well, that's a interesting question, and I saw Rail brought it up. I believe that we need to have two classes of citizens. And I mean this. I think that everybody should start off, right? Everybody should start off as a civilian. And then there should be a higher classification of rights called citizen. If you don't vote too many times, then you just lose the right to vote. The plebeians and the patricians, not like that. I'm not talking about second-class citizens. But since here there's a monetary fine for not voting, plus a voting ban for 10 years, which I think is pretty severe. Right. That is a pretty severe punishment. Not being able to vote for 10 years. It's hard to conceptualize when you're talking about a culture, a society, that its populace is too ignorant to be part of it. What's the difference between a majority and a plurality? People say Donald Trump won the majority of the popular vote. No, he didn't. He won a plurality of the popular vote because he didn't win 50.1% of the votes cast. Yeah, why is it such an ass pain for citizens to get an ID and vote, but illegal immigrants can go vote even though they're not supposed to be able to, but they find often that illegal immigrants have voted? Now, some people have talked about, should we do away with the Electoral College? And the answer is, if you can't get a majority of your citizens, well, we have a majority of our citizens to vote, but you'd need to get a majority of the eligible votes, and that's not 65 of the votes cast. That's not 50% of the 65% cast. You would need to get in excess of 95% of the voters to vote, and then a majority of those. All these people that are like, this isn't what I voted for. Did you vote? And that's the deer in the headlights look. This isn't what I voted for. Did you vote? No. Well, then shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear a complaint from you about politics for the next 4 years. If you don't vote, don't whine. The people that say this isn't what I voted for, did you vote? Yes, I did. May I ask how you voted? Straight Democrat. Okay. They're like, oh, what, are you going to judge me? No, I just wanted to know how you voted. You voted straight Democrat. May I ask why you voted straight Democrat? I say the same thing to Republicans. I voted straight Republican. You voted for a guy with a conviction of felony assault to be a judge? You thought that was you thought he was the better candidate in that particular election, in that particular race? You thought he was the better candidate? I'm never going to vote for a Democrat. Okay. Do I think the Electoral College should be winner take all or proportionate? That's a great question. The problem is the Electoral College was designed to be winner take all because we assign your Senate seats by winner take all. We assign your congressional seats by winner take all. So why are we all of a sudden trying to have different rules? Because remember, the Electoral College is designed so that states are weighted properly. And I understand that a state like mine is split between Republicans and Democrats. And I'm not saying the Electoral College is perfect. I'm saying I have a better solution. People aren't going to all get on board because it automatically comes with splitting the party. It means that you will always have the three positions in government split apart. So if we do popular vote, right, then the way it should work is the person who gets the most votes is El Presidente. The person who gets the number 2 set of votes is either the VP or the speaker. We'll put speaker. And then the person that gets the third number of votes is the other position. And the reason why I say this is Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Kennedy, before he dropped out, they were all... Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were vicious to each other. And what they do is you emulate the leadership. That's what you do. You emulate the leadership. If you've never read 1984, I've been dissecting 1984 one section at a time, and I'm going to be doing content on it, but I got to finish the novel first. The 1984, the piece that I tweeted out yesterday was, it wasn't. Hold on, let me get it. I don't want to misquote it. There's a great quote about it. Everything's running so slow today. Oh, hold on. Anyway, I'll get there in a second. Anyway, I think that this is this would stop each party from engaging in shitbird politics, right? Why all of a sudden does the other side have all the wrong answers? I don't think there's any one right answer. I think where people are confused about the danger of toxic vitriol from your political leadership. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes hate was not that one was obliged to act a part, but it was impossible to avoid joining in. Within 30 seconds, any pretense was always unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness, a desire to kill, to torture, to smash faces in with a sledgehammer, seemed to flow through the whole group of people like an electric current, turning one even against another's will in a grimacing, screaming lunatic. George Orwell wrote this shit 75-ish years ago and gave us a warning. Hate begets hate, right? Hate begets hate. There are people who literally try to make arguments from an emotional standpoint with me, and I tell them, you trying to make an emotional standpoint argument with me has less than zero value because I don't have your emotional range. I don't have the range of emotions where, like, I don't feel this shit that you do. I have been poor. I don't want any child to grow up in that. 1 in 6 children in America grow up in poverty. Fuck all of Congress. Fuck all the state legislatures. Fuck all the governors. Fuck the president. Fuck the vice president. Fuck the entire executive branch. And fuck both parties and fuck anybody who wants to contest this. 1 in 6 American children live in poverty. Fact. If the next words out of your mouth aren't, how do we fix it? Fuck off. You're part of the problem. Well, I think there's more important issues. There is not a single more important issue in America than hungry children. Well, Jay, you always say education. You can't teach a hungry kid. When a kid goes to school on Monday and the last time he ate was lunch served by the school on Friday, that kid's entire morning is useless. All he's thinking about is the slice of pizza at lunch. Every kid in America should be fed breakfast. Every kid in America should be fed lunch. Every kid in America should be eligible to go to the cafeteria after school and either get a to-go bag if they have to take the bus or sit and eat. Schools should be open on Saturdays till noon so the kids can come in and get breakfast, come in and get lunch, and take a doggy bag home for a sandwich after school. We are not waging a war on poverty. We are waging a war on poor people. We have walked into fucking fascism. And the next section, I'm going to skip the zero reason to work. I'm going to move into the fascism segment. And I hate when people spend forever getting to the point. But here you go.
Hey, could you do me a favor and send this to any Trump supporters you still know? I have a very important question for them. I want to ask a scientific question, and because they are all about, facts, not feelings or whatever, I really want them to answer factually. And just please, I'll wait. Hello, Trump supporter, that person still knows. Can you do me a favor and answer the following question? Could you please tell me how Donald Trump does not fit this definition? Because...
Sure, I will tell you how Donald Trump doesn't fit the definition of fascism.
Facts, not feelings. In just this little blurb alone, I have several examples of Donald Trump fitting a lot of these. So could you please?
Sure. The thing about saying somebody's a fascist or somebody's a socialist or somebody's a communist or somebody's a dictator is it doesn't matter how you feel about an issue. It doesn't matter how it resonates with you. Why Donald Trump is a fascist? I will take her argument first. And guys, not only do we have the legal pad, but we have my notes for some of my future articles. Why Donald Trump is a fascist? People are seeing that he is taking centralized power in Washington, D.C. They say that because he's taking control of local prosecutions and pushed for a federal death penalty in D.C., he's targeting flag desecrations with the Department of Justice Enforcement. People are saying that he's centralizing power over D.C. And you know what? That is a very fascist thing to do. One of the things that was written into the Constitution was that the president actually ruled nothing. If you dig all the way back through the Constitution, the president's purview was supposed to be foreign policy, while domestic policy was supposed to be decided upon by Congress, because you had the House of Lords and the House of Commons. You had the House of Commons, which were elected by the popular vote, and the House of Lords, which were the senators who were appointed by the state. That's the framing the Constitution intended. People are saying that because Donald Trump uses militarization in his domestic policy, that he's declared economic and border emergencies, created zones that give the army control of broad lands, and he's tasked the military with civilian detentions. Now, I will agree, right? I will agree. When you are the president of the United States and you are using the military to do law enforcement, you are in violation of posse comitatus. Period. Dot. There is no debate here. When the National Guard is doing it, which is what he's trying to do and run around a conviction, when the National Guard is doing law enforcement, it is not posse comitatus, but they are on Title 32 orders, not Title 10, and they are under the command of the Adjunct General of a state. Remember, when you cross troops out of one state into any other state except DC, because DC is not a state, you've literally invaded the state. One governor has invaded another state. Retaliation against independent institutions. Donald Trump has tried to bar certain law offices from being able to work with the government. He's tried to fire Lisa Cook. He's tried to fire other Department of Justice lawyers who have gone after him or gone after his friends. Donald Trump is doing economic nationalism by self-appointed decree. He's imposed a blanket 10% global tariff. He's hit individual countries with global tariffs. He's not supposed to be doing that. He's not supposed to be doing that because he's supposed to declare an economic crisis, and unfortunately, he has caused the economic crisis. And then finally, Donald Trump doesn't like the narrative. Donald Trump is very big brother. He's transcended fascism. He is in a dystopian government now where he is trying to remove history because he doesn't think that people need to know that history. Anyone who wants to, like, my belief is if you want to ban a book, I want to get a copy of it. You want to ban that book, I want to read it. You want to ban this exhibit, I want to see it before it's gone. Why? Because what are you afraid of? Why are you a coward? Now, that's why Donald Trump is a fascist. Unfortunately, he's not able to operate as a fascist because we have a constitutional republic. So the courts have blocked numerous things he's tried to do, especially parts of the death penalty. Lisa Cook is able to sue him to block his ability to remove her. There are legal hooks, though, right? People are saying Donald Trump had no right to impose those tariffs. He had a right and an authority, because first of all, we need to stop saying a governmental office has a right. Governmental offices don't have rights. Governmental offices have authority. People have rights. Citizens have rights. You have the right to due process. People, and I'm guilty of it as well. This is one of the ones I am absolutely guilty of. I try to catch myself every time I do it. The government doesn't have the right to do anything. The government has the authority to do that. The government, the education system, doesn't teach you the difference between rights and authority. So now we start saying the government has the right to. No, the government has the authority to. The government doesn't have the right to arrest you. The government has the authority to arrest you. But yes, the government has the Donald Trump, the office of the president, has the authority to declare an economic emergency. Congress is supposed to agree with it within 90 days, I believe. Article 2 gives the president some controversial interpretation. So he hasn't broken the law, but he is certainly bending it into a shape I don't think our founding fathers intended. What's up? What else? Election and opposition intact. Other parties are still there. The Democratic Party is still on ballots. Capital punishment has been blocked. Oh, I'm sorry. Protests are still active. You're still allowed to protest. NATO withdrawal is constrained by law in Congress. So the things that Donald Trump says he's going to do, he can say he wants to do them. He's not able to do them. Tariffs, capital punishment, border deployments, all have been used by non-fascist administrations. So, and there's the big one. Just like I went to town on that Democrat from GA10, that article's coming out as well. An incident is not fascist or dictatorship or democratic. An incident is an incident. You need to have multiple incidents, put them all together, and you can't be saying like, well, he deployed the troops to to DC and he bombed Iran. Okay, those go over here. Those are over here. Now, he deployed troops. I'm gonna need props. He deployed troops to DC, and he wants to deploy troops to Chicago, and he wants to deploy troops somewhere else, and he wants to deploy troops somewhere else. Okay, now you're putting a lot of push pins on the same part of the board. Fascism is not individual actions. Fascism is, like I said with communism, like I say with socialism. Communism, socialism, and fascism are all complete packages because they are economic models and legal frameworks. Fascism is a total system. It's not individual acts. And this is where I weep for my country, because we don't teach people, because we don't want a thinking populace. What I mean by that is, here's your legal framework. And what you have is you have a democratic election, constitutional republic. And this is your legal framework. And over here, you have your economic framework. And we have laissez-faire capitalism. Except this is becoming smaller and smaller. We're putting our hands on the economy more and more. But in the United States, our economic framework and our legal framework are different circles. What people don't understand, they keep saying this is socialism. Well, that's socialism. And over here is communism. Right? And over here is fascism. Can you have state-driven capitalism? Yes. Can you have a theocratic capitalism? Yes. Can you have theocratic socialism? Probably more likely to what you would have. But you can't have, right? The democracy doesn't have an economic component. When you say my government is a democracy, and then you get down to the economic section, you get the error message, deploy more pylons. And then they're like, what do you mean? Well, you have to go into the menu. You have to go into the economic ideals of which economic model do you want? Now, can you have socialistic economic models? Yes. Can you have communistic economic models? Yes. Does it apply to the whole population? It could, but it would get really, really difficult to apply socialist housing to the entire population and still be a democracy. When you talk about the sliding scale, when you move away from capitalism, people look at socialism and they say, well, what type of government is it? Doesn't matter. The first couple of steps are about dismantling the economy. And by the time you do that, you've kind of drifted right into, oh, well, then now we're going to follow socialist government because it's the only government that makes sense now, that the state owns all the means of production. I'm not saying I support Donald Trump, but I don't support calling somebody a fascist or a dictator when it doesn't fit. Is he got a foot in the box? Abso-fucking-lutely. He's got a foot in the fascist box. He's got a foot in the dictator box. The problem is he doesn't have a foot in the good democratically elected representative president box because he's only got 2 feet. I want to talk about this one. Well, hold on. That one's kind of deep. Anyone got... What the fuck is it? What's on your mind? Anybody got anything about fascism that they're like... And I saw somebody say it. I saw somebody say it. Maybe I didn't. These people label him as a fascist or a dictator, haven't experienced living under that. Yeah. There's one amazing TikToker. I don't react to his content because there's nothing to react to. He's a dragon. He spits flames. He says, I come from a communist country. You don't want that. Has there been a president in the past who has done things similar to Trump? Yeah. During times of war, we've had to have rationing. We've had to cut back on production. Foods were rationed, but it was for the overall war effort. It wasn't just because the government was doing it. It was because there was a need. It was wartime production. Let me get my notes. But anytime, the problem with saying fascist is because people are confusing authoritarian with fascism. Again, just like I said, fascism is a complete model. You can do things that are fascist without being a fascist. Because what you're doing then is you're acting in an authoritarian model. Franklin D. Roosevelt. It was pretty fucking fascist to put 120,000 Japanese Americans into internment camps. It was pretty fucking fascist when the Supreme Court wouldn't rule the way you wanted. You looked at the rule book and said, well, nothing stops me from putting extra people on the Supreme Court. George W. Bush was a fucking fascist, left, right, and center. Junior W. There's some Americans that ended up at Guantanamo Bay. Yes, I understand why the Patriot Act was passed. But at the same time, if you're not aware of how radically different 2025 is to 2000 in terms of our intelligence committees, the Department of Homeland Security. Now, I didn't work for the government before 9/11, but I will tell you, even years after 9/11, I would be sitting working on something where people needed me to have information, and you get this report, this report, this report, this report, this report, this report, and you're looking at them all, and they're all supposed to be similar, and ain't nobody. Nobody's even in the same fucking sport. They're not, like, is this a threat? Yes, no, yes, maybe, probably not, probably so. How the fuck do I write a consolidated report then? Because I gotta consolidate 7 memos to a guy who has to make a decision. And he don't want, yes it is, no it isn't, it might be. It probably isn't. He wants a bluff. He wants a bottom line up front. I don't think the Department of Homeland Security was a bad creation. I think it was a good creation that has now been used for Donkey Ball's dog shit actions. Fascism? No. Fascist? Absolutely. But until you're in fascism, you're talking about heavy-handed authoritarian. Now, Ron DeSantis, fucking alligator Alcatraz. Look, man. If your fucking thought process was to build a place and surround it by alligators, it doesn't take 2 sharp sticks to start a fire, and you didn't get there. You did not need to build a detainment center in a swamp so that people were surrounded by alligators. That's a fucking civil rights violation to begin with. Well, there was a person with a camera inside and it looked great. I don't give a fuck what it looks like. I don't give a fuck what it looks like. I give a shit that you deliberately built it in the Everglades, surrounded it with alligators. If you collected them, why do we treat people inhumanely? Just collect them and put them in a detention facility. And then guess what? When I see the news start reporting shit like, well, we have people incarcerated and waiting their final blah, 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 blah. Guess what, man? Then get more fucking judges. Get more judges. Ain't like we ain't got fucking tens of thousands of lawyers in this country. Get more judges. If you can only have four hearings a day because they take so long, and you've got 800 people, then bring some judges down. And maybe, I like to hold Congress to task, maybe if Congress stopped dicking around and would fill all the vacant judge seats, we wouldn't have this problem either. Because cases would get handled more. We're talking about people's civil liberties here. You have a right to a fair trial. You have a right to a speedy trial. Speedy trial in some states is 240 days. If you can't post bail, you're going to spend almost a year in jail? The fuck? Well, if they got arrested, they must be a criminal. Not everybody who gets arrested is a criminal. That's why we have trials. If everybody who got arrested was a criminal, then we would just have Judge Dredd, and he would be the investigator, the judge, and the executioner all at the same time. Talk about the state of people. Let's talk about
Could you do me a favor and send this to any Trump supporters?
Let's talk about the state of people. Here's the first one.
The people who say there would be no incentive to work if we had a universal basic income are the same people who say there's zero reason for morality without Christ. The people who say...
First of all, I don't even understand the point you're making. I don't understand the point you're trying to make. There's no morality without Christ. Well, some people would not work. There's not a debate here. Some people, if there was a universal basic income, some people would not work. Period. Dot. Period. Dot. And to believe otherwise, the only way to handle somebody that's going to say, if we had universal basic income, there wouldn't be anybody who wouldn't work. The only answer you can give them is silence. Because anything you say to that person, they're going to twist. Like, look, man, if that's your view, that's your view. I'm not interested. You're dealing in an absolute then. There are people, like, shit, man. Everybody who's ever been in the motherfucking military knows you have a universal basic income. You have a universal income for your rank. You know what work you do. You know what work you don't do. Military members will tell you, there are the E4s that are the fucking hard chargers. And there are the E4s that are the bare minimum Bobby Slugs. I loved my shop chief. My shop chief was a no fuck around guy. My shop chief, when I was enlisted, was, this is how many work orders you have for the entire month. And then, whatever clinic you're assigned to for repair work this month, these are all your work orders. And every emergency work order for that clinic for the first 15 days of the month, that's a you problem. On the back 15 days of the month, you will have told me where you're at. My superintendent loved me. We were on whatever hours we wanted, which made sense to work based on the clinic. I worked off hours. Is the clinic closed? Yes. Well, I'll work then, because then I don't have to deal with, well, you can't go into that room. There's a patient in there. You can't take that piece of equipment. We need it. Fuck it. I'll work whatever hours that you're not there. Get to the 15th of the month, I'd have like no work orders left. And then we were allowed to basically like fuck about. We had to be able to be recalled. But in the last like 5 days of the month, you had to come into work because the last 5 days of the month you were taking emergency calls and you always had to come in for emergencies in your clinic. Well, people would get to the last 5 days of the month and they would still have a stack of fucking work orders on their desk. And they would try to do the, hey man, can you help me out? Fuck no. Those are assigned to you. The only thing I'll do for you is I'll cover your emergencies. I'm not doing your rank and file work. Fuck that. Man, I got saturated. No, you didn't. You got drunk half the month, motherfucker. I ain't gonna do your work when I was working 16-hour days to get my work done. And that's how some people would be. There would be other people who, if they had a universal basic income, they would love it because they would still benefit society. They would have time to read at the library to kids. They'd have time to coach Little League. They'd have time to, clean up the graffiti at the park. They'd have time to do other things. They'd have time to teach art in the park or yoga in the park. They'd have time to do that community building stuff. But to say that people with universal basic income wouldn't work, and then this guy decides to take
People
it.
who say there would be no.
This guy takes it to an adversarial level.
If we had universal basic income, there would be no incentive for anyone to work. We would just be leeching off taxpayer money, doing nothing.
Are you just projecting that to everyone because that's exactly what you would do? Would you be the leech?
No, but there would be leeches. What? And this is when people say, well, you would just, what am I doing right now? What am I doing right now? What I'm doing right now is I'm benefiting society. Very small part. I don't get paid to do this. The company, if it makes money, pays composers. I pay my taxes and then I put the money back into the arts. My cat. It's not about money. I'm free to do this because I have a retirement. I have a pension. What's my opinion on the flag burning? You must have missed yesterday. I got you. I have an honorable retirement from the United States Air Force. And I support your right to burn the flag in protest. Even though it makes my blood boil. I support your right to burn the flag in protest. Because in 1989, the Supreme Court of my country ruled it was an expression of your free speech. Makes my blood boil. I hate you for burning the flag. I will never speak to you again, but I will defend your right to do it. But where our country has had a full frontal fucking lobotomy, this is the Jewish flag that you can get charged with a hate crime for burning, then burning the American flag should be charged with at least mutinous insurrection and at most fucking treason. And when I say that, people are like, oh my God, you've lost your fucking mind. It is that very flag that gives you the right to do that. It is the men and women of the armed forces who have bled to keep the stripes red that gives you the right to do it. That's what I think about the flag burning. I misspoke yesterday. I didn't misspeak. I should have clarified more. Yesterday during the show, I referred to the LGBTQ flag as a banner. I referred to the Black Lives Matter flag as a banner. I realized that I should have said, in my opinion, because they don't represent sovereign people. My opinion is we need to stop assigning words to things because we feel like that's what that word should mean. The American flag represents every American because it's a flag that represents a sovereign people. The state of Illinois represents me as well because I am a sovereign individual in my state. Now, people will say, well, Black Lives Matter or the LGBTQ flag, they represent a sovereign people. No, they represent a group of people. However, you're a member of a sovereign nation. I'm not saying your flag's not important. I'm not saying your banner's not important, right? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, in my opinion, it's not a flag because it doesn't represent a sovereign nation. If it's the LGBTQ flag, it's not a flag because you're not sovereign. Now, if you take over a country and you choose to fly that flag, that's a different story. Sea of information. Sure, it's not the sea of disinformation. That's what we all are subject to. You are correct. You are 1,000% correct. The big problem is people run with TikTok influencers giving them misinformation. And I'm going to go so far to say is there are TikTok influencers and YouTubers and shorts and Instagrams and the mainstream media that deliberately gives people misinformation because the fastest way to confuse your population and make them not a threat is for them to not understand their rights and to spend all their time bickering with each other. I don't care what people's opinion of me is. I simply don't. I I will, of course, if I say something, and you guys know, I don't often apologize for offending people because it's okay that you're offended. If I offend somebody about a sensitive topic, accidentally, I'll address it. I don't want to offend people on accident. I want to offend people on purpose. But no, it's the sea of misinformation. And as soon as you start trying to bring things to light, it makes you dangerous. Because I want you to think. I want you to read. But people want to challenge me with bullshit. Facts don't care about feelings. You're right. Facts don't care about feelings. And the big part is, people don't care about facts anymore. They only care about facts that fit their narrative. And if they don't have facts that fit their narrative, they cry discrimination, abuse, hate crime, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia. People are feeling-based, which makes them easier to control. And you're right, people are feelings-based, which makes them easier to control. But since I'm not feelings-based, because I don't have feelings. I wasn't issued that subroutine. When people say, well, don't you feel bad about this? Do I feel empathy? Yeah. But do I feel bad about it? Did I do it? No. Okay, then I don't feel bad about it. Which is why when people make the reparations argument with me, I win every time, because you're trying to appeal to a condition that I don't have. Because I don't have guilt. I don't have white guilt. I don't have white guilt, and I never experienced or benefited from white privilege. So when you bring the reparations argument to me, or you bring other racism arguments to me, like if I say something racist, hold me accountable to that. Until I do that, fuck off with your agenda. I'm not the bad guy. On the subject of burning flags, how about flag retirement? Should the flag still be burned at the end? Yes, the flag is burned or buried during flag retirement ceremonies, but the flag is also folded. It's given proper respects, it's given proper honors, and it's done by people who are not desecrating the flag. They're putting the flag to rest. So yes, the flag should be burned. But remember, when you burn a flag, you generally, as a John Q. Public American, you're not disposing of your flag by burning it. You're taking it. Usually, your town has a Boy Scout box or a VFW box or some other flag disposal collection point, and then like the Boy Scouts here do it, but they, call the orders, play taps, fold the flags, then they place them and they burn them. The flag, and they do it if they have 50 flags. They do it if they have one flag, because they're giving the flag the proper respect and honor. Where we've come apart as a society is, I don't know where in the millennial era or the Gen X era where pledging allegiance to the flag went away, but it needs to come back, because people are confused, very much so. The flag doesn't become an idol. It doesn't, like, I've had this debate many times with Catholic and Christian and even some Jewish individuals, anybody that follows the Ten Commandments. I've never had it with a member of the Nation of Islam. The flag doesn't interfere with your worship of God, the Abrahamic God, because it's not. I'm pledging allegiance to the republic that the flag stands for. And somewhere along the line, people stopped being proud of being American. And when you're not proud of being American, you don't give a shit. And when you don't give a shit, it's easy to criticize. I have another short video tomorrow, is guys saying that billionaires are stealing your wealth. Billionaires aren't stealing your wealth. Their wealth wasn't your wealth to begin with. Well, without my labor, they wouldn't be billionaires. Without their fucking factory, you have nowhere to sell your labor every day. And if you don't like that, then do something the fuck else with your life. If you don't like I gotta call a guy to take care of some trees for me. I don't relish the idea of paying this guy $500 or $600 to take care of these trees for me. But I can't take care of them myself due to my arm. I can't run power tools. It'll damage my arm. And now that I have carpal tunnel in my right hand, I shouldn't really be using power tools at all. I don't love the idea of living in a capitalist society. I don't love the idea of having to pay the guy $600. I'd be like, hey man, you take out my trees, I'll do your taxes. Right? But that's the society we live in. That's the world we live in. It's give a little, get a little, right? People don't seem to want to grasp that. It's give a little, get a little. Should there be more? First of all, the video I did the other day about the 902 billionaires, we don't have 902 actual billionaires. What we have is we have 902 individuals who have a potential worth of $6.22 trillion combined. If the stock market crashes tomorrow, none of those people have any worth. Some of those people would be in a shit state if the stock market crashed, because much like margin call, where you see the story, they would have to sell everything as a fire sale to get ahead of their debts, to get ahead of their loans. And then to sell off enough, there'd be a little left for them. There are loopholes that we need to close, absolutely. But saying that we need to put more money into the economy, where the fuck are people getting this idea? You don't want more money in the economy. You want less money in the economy. Well, Jay, I don't even have enough money to pay all my bills now. Yes, because all these states decided to raise their minimum wages. And the accordion effect was, for 2 or 3 years, it was good. Oh, everybody raised their minimum wage, it was good. And now all of a sudden, everybody's price went up for everything. Why are groceries more expensive? Why is chicken more expensive? Well, the US government ordered how many millions of chickens to be killed because of bird flu? Why are eggs so expensive? Because it takes 3 to 6 months to, once you get laying hens, it takes 3 to 6 months for them to start being routinely producing hundreds and thousands of eggs a day, depending on the size of your operation. Why is meat more expensive? Because Cheeto Poof and Chief put a tariff on beef, and even though we produce a lot of beef, beef isn't beef. Beef has different grades, different qualities. We export some, we import some. Anything that we're importing, we have to import, I think, 30% of our consumption rate. Well, the 30% we're importing costs 10% more. But let me tell you what else it does. This idea that I was selling beef for $4 and you were selling beef for $3, and so as a protective tariff, now your beef is $4.50. The delusional belief is that my beef won't go up to $4.25. So now if we just take 2 units of beef, to keep the example simple, on this day, 2 units of beef to the 2 customers would have cost $7. Now the 2 units of beef cost the customer $8.75. How did the tariff help anybody? The tariff only helps if this person has an incentive to hold, or they have the ability to decrease. But the $4 price was set, supply, demand, profit margin, what they need to live. And when you try to explain that to people, all they want to do is shove shit in their ears and say stuff like, well, you're just justifying, you're simping for billionaires. Look, I ain't simping for billionaires. I wish that you would pick up a book on economics. I wish that you would understand that I am not the be-all, end-all of economics, but I've read dozens of books on economics. I've been to a dozen or more classes on economics. If I went back to teaching, I'm what's known as master certified for economics. sociology, psychology, cultural anthropology, world history, US history, and civics. I believed that a teacher should be master certified in anything they teach, because that was my belief. Because if you're going to teach kids a complicated subject, you should be able to answer their questions that they ask about the world, not just whatever was in the section. I supervised a student teacher who was fucking terrible. She got mad. Student teacher, sitting in the back of I'm in the back of my class. You get assigned a student teacher because you need CPDUs, continuing professional development units. Having a student teacher is the lion's share of one renewal cycle of CPDUs. She came in and I met her before Christmas break and I said, here's the book. I'd like to see your lesson plans for how you're going to teach. I'd like to see your lesson plans like a couple of days before the start of the semester at the latest. Here's my email address. I said, if you front load and you get it done in the next couple of days, I'll look at it, just do one day so I can see your style, and then I'll send you copies of my lesson plans so you can see my style. Of course, she waits until the Thursday before starting back to school on Monday, and I got her lesson plans, and I emailed back, I said, do you have any outside material that you're bringing in other than what's in the book? And she says, no, I'm just teaching straight out the book. I was fucking mortified, man. Her response, one of her things was she was going to have the kids read around the room. You're going to have honors civics students read around the room? No. No. That's not happening. That's not going to work. I said, these are kids that are thirsty. They will have read the material. She was a fucking terrible student teacher, and her evaluation from me said that. I had to fill out these sheets all the time. I don't think a day went by I didn't have to give her corrective action. Like, I don't think she got a passing grade because if I was teaching right now, I would never be able to wear a short sleeve shirt to the school because the kids should never see those. She had a tramp stamp. This is back in the 90s. She had a tramp stamp, which is fine, but I should never know that. I don't know you outside of school. I don't know you outside of the place of employment. I shouldn't know you have a tramp stamp, and neither should my students. I was constantly having to cut her off to close up the idea of the day. So, yeah, we're in shit shape when it comes to education. Do I think that responding to fighting words should be an accepted legal defense to battery, simple battery? No. Responding to fighting words is a weak ass excuse. Responding to assault, because remember, assault is verbal, battery is physical, and then assault with a deadly. I don't know why we didn't keep the naming convention. Whatever. I think that if you're responding to assault and you can reasonably articulate why you responded to a verbal threat, that's something that the judge should have a hearing on, not you get charged with. So Deadpool over there pulls out his katanas and tells me he's gonna treat me like a shish kebab, and I punch him in the face and I knock him out. And when the police show up, the police arrest me and arrest him. Well, I shouldn't get charged. I should go before a judge, because I should go before a judge that is a sealed record, because that judge, not the prosecutor, not my lawyer, it should just be reasonable, articulatable, common man talking to on high. Hey, in your situation, yours was a response. Yes, Your Honor. What happened? Deadpool pulled out a couple of katanas and told me he was going to treat me like a shish kebab. And then what'd you do? I hit him with a right cross and I knocked his ass out. The judge will be like, I'm invalidating your arrest because you reasonably articulated why you acted the way you did. So then Deadpool sees me walking out and he's like, that's bullshit. And then Deadpool's like, so I get to go? And they're like, no, because you still made a verbal threat. But as far as fighting words, we got to be careful with fighting words. If they fall under the silo of the person who heard them could reasonably articulate. Fighting words, it's a great question. What is fighting words? Fighting words are when people say things. Let me pull up Supreme Court example. Fighting words are specifically under U.S. law insulting or provocative words considered less than acceptable or unlawful by certain institutions. Words that indicate a willingness to fight or challenge to someone that you are likely to cause a confrontation. The problem is we have too many ors in there. Insulting. You insulted me. Okay. Provocative. Okay. Especially of an ethnic, racial, or sexist nature. Okay. Considered unacceptable or unlawful. But why? If they're words that indicate a willingness to fight, no. That you're likely to fight me? Now I'm able to reasonably... Well, Your Honor, he spent about 4 minutes throwing a bunch of words at me, and then he said, I'm gonna fuck you up. He balled up his fists and he took a step towards me. That's when I punched him in the throat. That's why we need to simplify this. We need to have a judge at the courthouse called the reasonable articulatable judge. This could be the same judge that expedites a lot of police hearings. Officer Snuffy, this is your Raz hearing because you pulled Deadpool out of his car. And then after you pulled him out of the car, you conducted a search of the vehicle. Let me turn the timer on. You have 2 minutes. Make your Raz. Well, Your Honor, when I pulled over Deadpool, it was because he had been doing 95 miles an hour down the highway and he was shooting out the window. When I got him to stop and I approached the vehicle, I saw he was holding a 9mm Beretta. I pulled him out of the car. I had to take 2 katanas off of him and I put him in the back. When I went back to do a visual inspection of the car, I saw a black leather bag with multiple other firearms in it. The judge is going to say, reasonable articulatable suspicion met. Carry on. That's it. If you have why'd you arrest Deadpool? Oh, he jaywalked. I don't give a fuck if you find a Law's rocket launcher in his ass pocket. He jaywalked? Dismissed. Because it's not reasonable. You detain somebody for jaywalking? Now, I might go a little further. You detain them for jaywalking. Yep, 1 second. Well, that's interesting. I pull up your file here, and over your last 5 years, yeah, you have actually issued 600 tickets for jaywalking. Yeah, that's reasonable then. Because you, as an officer, have been enforcing this law more than just that day. I'm looking over your last 5 years. I find none. I'm looking over your last... You've been a cop for 20 years and you've never given anybody a jaywalking ticket ever? No, Your Honor. Toss this. It's not reasonable. You decided to... You stopped him while in a red spandex suit. But if someone or a group of people help you get into a certain position, then you have an obligation to them. No, you don't. You have an obligation to the oath you take when you take the position. People fail to see the truth on what's going on. First of all, you don't have a group of people that get you into a certain position like a judge. You get elected. Not every judge, but you get elected for a lot of judge things. You also have an oath as a judge. I can't help the fact that there are shithead people, but I'm not going to throw out the whole system because of shithead people. Right? For example, doesn't have to be a singular judge. It could be a duty. And I'll give you a great example, an awesome example of this. I was a DV advocate. So on Fridays, I went up to the courthouse. I sat in the courthouse to talk about my guys and their progress. And the judge would often ask me if they were going to graduate, because sometimes the guys would go on, let's say the guy went today, and the guy would get 90 days out before his next hearing today, because that's how far behind they were. And so he only had 2 classes left. So I would be there, and the judge would be like, is he likely to graduate from the class? And I would say, a lot of times I'd say, Your Honor, not only is this individual likely to graduate, this individual has already written me their letter. I have already approved the letter. So all they have to do is show up 2 more times and they're graduated. The judge would look at the client and he would say, are you paid off? And then look back at the late. Yes, he's paid off. He is paid in full. He's written his letter. He's going to be done. I've seen the judge put him on the docket in 2 weeks and say, you know what? Let's do right by this guy 3 weeks from today, because he's got to have 2 Mondays, right? And then we go back in 2 weeks and the guy's done. At the same time, when the new judge came into that courtroom, I was there the first day the judge was in that courtroom, and he walked in and his old law partner came in, and the judge was like, hey, I'm just going to call him Ryan. Hey, Ryan. And the guy looked up and he's like, oh, Your Honor. He's like, yeah, I caught this court. So you're going to have to put in motions to recuse for all of the cases. And the Ryan was like, do I have to put in an individual one for each one, or can I put them all on one motion? He's like, sorry, man. He's like, sorry, man. Let's just do it by the book. Why don't you put each one on its own motion? That was a good judge, because the judge said, I'm not going to hear cases from my old law partner. I'm going to recuse myself. Good judge. Are there shitty judges? Absolutely. But if we can't believe in the spirit of the system, then we might as well throw the whole fucking system out. And we might as well throw it all out and just go back to being savages. We might as well just have the post-apocalyptic world now, where we separate into tribal camps and let the strongest survive. Because if we can't believe the system can work, then we don't want the system to work. I understand the system doesn't work perfectly, but I'm not ready to throw it out yet. I tried taking AP Calculus in high school, and the one teacher spent half the time jerking himself off about pole vaulting career as a young adult, would try to relate everything to pole vaulting, was painful, ended up changing classes. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of high school teachers. I don't believe that high school teachers should be allowed to be coaches. I don't believe that that should be a case, because we're hiring an awful lot of social studies teachers to be football coaches, gym teachers, nutrition teachers, and the high school football coach in football season does not give a shit about social studies class. He puts on a lot of movies. I'm not trying to put everybody in the same trencher, but it happens an awful lot. It happens an absolute awful lot. And it sucks, because you do not want people not getting a well-rounded social studies education. I would actually make this argument. We constantly say reading, writing, and arithmetic. I can't make an argument for why those aren't the 3 critical ones, but I would say civics education needs to be brought down lower, and we don't need to worry about the kids learning American history until high school. We need to bring the civics part down so that they get what it is to be a good citizen. Because history used to be a recitation of facts. They don't need to recite facts now. They can use this to look up the facts. Like, I never made my kids put things in timeline or, I never made my kids match events to specific dates. I just made my students do timeline order. Take these 8 events, put them in timeline order. I don't care if you don't know the date and the year. I care that you know the logical flow. I'm going to put this one up to talk about, and I will be right back. All right. Police arresting you is ridiculous. I don't think in the example you should even have to be arrested to make a case. He made a threat of serious bodily injury, and he had the means to carry out the threat. You're right, but here's the problem. Even though he's the asshole, he has the right to due process as well. He has the right. He has a constitutionally protected right to not get his ass beat, and you beat his ass. You knocked him out. The problem is, you didn't technically have, in that junction, you didn't technically have the right. If somebody's making a verbal threat to you, you really don't have the right to knock them out. You have the right to back away until you can no longer back away. Once they, ball up their fists and start to swing, then it's game fucking on. But I'm not saying that you were wrong. But you're not, by a lot of things, you're not right either. That's why you need a magistrate. That's why you need an arbiter. Because what has happened in the last 25 years, 20-ish years, the laws have gotten twisted and turned so much that people don't know the expectation of behavior. Because it seems like every 5 years we make rampant changes to what was acceptable. 3 kids breaking into a house. Guy kills all 3 of them. People want to sue him. For what? You were breaking into his house. How about instead of suing the man, you recognize your kids were wrong? You want to threaten the guy? Well, no wonder, when your first response is to threaten the guy after he killed your kid, when your kids were trying to break into his house, it's no wonder why your kids died. Because your first response is to be violent. Well, I would be violent too if my kid just died. I'd be violent too, at myself. My kid was doing what? It's like I tell my kids all the time. If you are drunk and you call me, I will come get you. Your mother will come and she will take your car. I will drive you home. We'll be golden. If you get a DUI, I will come to the police station. Your mother will come get me to get my vehicle. And you can work it out because you know the lawyer's number. You know the family attorney's number. You can work that shit. I am not picking you up for a DUI. I'm not picking you up. I'm not bailing you out. I'm not paying your legal fees. I ain't doing any of that shit for you for a DUI. Because a DUI is a 100% avoidable offense. It's real simple. Have you had anything to drink? Yes. You aren't driving. Period. But the law says, Dad's law says, if alcohol goes in your mouth, you don't get behind the wheel of the car. I will come get you. And the rule is, the first time you call me, there is zero trouble. The first time. there is zero trouble. If you're under the age of 21, we're going to not even talk about what happened because I don't think I'm going to need to talk about it. The second time it happens and you're under 21, I'm still going to pick you up, but then we're going to talk about who the hell you're hanging out with. And I'm going to start asking some questions like, where the hell is all this alcohol coming from? If you're over 21, again, first time you call me, we're not even going to talk about it. The second time, I'm just going to ask, did you get the gene? Did you get the addictive gene? Because it seems like you might have the gene. I think maybe we might want to start gravitating towards going to an AA meeting. Because if you got the gene, let's just nip it. Let's just start. Some of my nieces, some of my nephews, they know they have the gene. They don't drink at all. Because alcoholism runs in the family. Alcoholism is a personal choice. Sure, maybe. I'm not saying it's not. But we also don't understand addictive behavior exhaustively. Why are some people more genetically predisposed to addictive behavior? Because they have the fucking gene. You weren't worried about your kids before they got killed. Clearly didn't parent them enough to know better. Right, exactly. You didn't give a shit about teaching your kids not to kick in people's doors. I say this all the time. I don't know where that shit came from. And I don't know where that shit came from, but a couple of years ago where the kids were just like running into people's houses, that shit started to happen in my neighborhood. Now, I don't leave my front door open very often. I'm no longer a walk in and talk to me guy. I'm a ring my doorbell guy. But I put a post up on Facebook and I said, just so there's no misunderstanding, if your kids run into my house at the wrong time and catch me at the wrong time, they're not going to ever do that to anybody else's house again. And one of the moms was like, you would kill a kid over that? If your kid runs into my house and I don't know what's going on and I view them as a threat, abso-fucking-lutely. Without a doubt, without fucking hesitation. Because my family's in here. I'm in my little section of the world and I don't know who the fuck you are or why you're running in. All I know is if you catch me at the wrong time, it's going to be a fuck up. If you catch me at the right time, I'll handle accordingly. But in the worst case scenario, you're picking out a suit and flowers and a casket. Sorry. Just like people when they start making the excuses. Would you shoot a burglar? Well, in my state, I can't legally shoot a burglar unless I can't shoot a burglar. I can shoot somebody who assaults me, makes me fearful for my life. If I'm unable to retreat anymore, sure. If I was in Florida, yeah. I can't believe you would value your stuff over somebody else's life. Well, there's the fucking problem. I didn't value my stuff over their life. They valued my stuff over their life. We gotta stop not blaming the victim. Because it's not blaming the victim, it's holding the victim accountable. There's a massive difference between talking shit about a person and telling the truth about a shitty person, and we've lost that narrative. I want to talk about this one next. I have an honorable, because I don't know why the fuck, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea what's going on with people believing that blackouts are ever going to work. And apparently I didn't save the video. Shit. Thought I'd saved it. Did I? Nope. Hold on, real quick. Can I find it? I have 200 videos in the queue for... Oh, here we go.
This is a reminder that 3 Tuesdays from today, we will be in the first wave of Blackout the System. Yep, September the 16th through the 20th, it is going down. Full-on economic and labor blackout. This is coordinated national pushback for maximum local impact. Here's
Okay. No offense, but if you don't understand fucking economics, you should not be trying to plan a blackout.
what we need you to do. 1, if you haven't already done it, go to the website, blackoutthesystem.com, get your free stickers ordered so you can plaster that all over the nation. 2, document it. Show everyone that we're out and about and we're engaged. 3, make a video. We got to share the message. Let everybody know exactly what's going on September the 16th through the 20th. 4, proper preparation provides peace. 3 weeks out is the perfect time to start gathering the things necessary for that 5-day stint. Whether you're not working the whole 5 days or it's just 1 day.
Well, that right there. You're calling for a national blackout, but then you're saying, well, it doesn't matter if you're not working the whole 5 days or just 1 day. Well, it doesn't. You've literally already said it doesn't work.
Proper preparation is key. We want to maximize the impact of this first wave. And number 5, don't back out. You stood up for a reason. You spoke out for a reason. And that reason and purpose is 100% valid. But guess what? You're not alone. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people across the nation, across the world is standing with you. The countdown is on.
Okay. I'm not trying to shit in anybody's Cheerios, but if you're going to try to organize something, can you at least try to organize something that has a chance of being effective? First of all, when you tell people to prepare 3 weeks out, they have to have food, which means they have to buy enough food for those 5 days. If you want to do a blackout, then do a 5-day blackout of no eating out. Do it something that's actually sustainable. No takeout, no restaurants, no nothing. On one side of it, that's at least realistic. The problem is when people just buy in advance, you don't even blip the supply chain management. So you buy the stuff in advance, and most people aren't going to buy it 3 weeks in advance. Most people, because they're not going to be able to buy fresh milk, fresh eggs, fresh produce. People are going to buy those a couple of days in advance. All you're doing is you're messing with a local store's inventory levels. Public companies don't even report monthly usually. Public companies usually report quarterly. So unless you somehow fuck up the quarterly report, it's not going to matter. Retailers, they buffer with inventory. Supply chain management has a buffer. What you've done now is you had a 5-day blackout. And I'm going to pretend that you get a national... I'm going to pretend that every fucking American doesn't engage in consumerism for 5 days. Let's put ourselves in the best case scenario. Okay? Truckers won't get orders to move. Oh, but the truckers weren't going to work anyway. So who have you heard? Oh, wait, they were going to work. People were going to go to work. People weren't going to buy. Hold on, that's the first part. So now you've got a bunch of truckers that are going to work on Monday, and they're like, yeah, we'll move that. And then when they get somewhere, they're like, yeah, you got a load for me? They're like, yeah, no, nobody has any, there's no movement. Except that wouldn't even happen yet because you're 1 day, nobody bought anything at Walmart. Well, they're not replacing day to day, they're replacing week over week. So now what you've done is nothing. Because truckers are still going to have bids to fill. The first day, everyone's going to go to work because they're going to have to fill from the day before's purchasing. Now, you've managed to convince everybody to not work. Half the waitresses just got sent home. Half the fast food workers just got sent home. Nobody's making money on Uber Eats. Nobody's making money on Grubhub. Pizza delivery boys aren't working. Restaurants are closing 2 or 3 hours early because they've had no customers. Except, how many people do you think actually know how to buy 5 days worth of food? So now, the grocery store people are going to work, but they're going to work like half a shift. and they have no stocking to do because you haven't sold anything. So they're going to get sent home. Precedent, you need more than 5 days. The Montgomery bus boycott took 13 months to change anything. 13 months. You can't even make a dent in the American economy in 5 days. The 5 days is a rounding error. Well, it's just the first of many. Yeah, it might be the first of many. But when people have to restock their homes after the 5 days, like some of you are longtime community members, you've been here since COVID. I sent the picture out of my kitchen after COVID because I knew what was coming. 5 boxes of rice, 8 boxes of mashed potatoes, cases of vegetables, all up on the top shelf because I didn't have room in the pantry. I knew what was coming. I didn't have to go to the fucking store for almost a year. Duration is measured in weeks, not days. You'd need at least 60 days. And then you need to target specific choke points. Nobody buy Amoco, nobody buy BP gas. We're going to do a 60-day blackout, a 60-day boycott of BP gas. Nobody buy BP gas. 2 things happen. Number 1, BP is going to lower price because they got to move inventory. Otherwise, all their supply chain management falls. As soon as they lower price, do you think people are going to, if the gas stations drop by 75 cents a gallon because they have to empty station tanks, do you think that gas isn't going to get bought? Do you think in a given area, the way all of the thought process of logistics of an area, do you think if nobody goes to BP, all the other local gas stations can support the surge? No. There is a reason why the number of gas stations in an area is what it is, because divided among themselves, they have a little bit of overage, but divided among themselves, that's how many they need in an area. Labor actions. Let's talk about labor actions. If 50% of people are living paycheck to paycheck, how do you even think you're going to have a labor blackout? How are you, like, when unions strike, there's a strike fund. Do you know when the unions start getting desperate? When the strike fund is empty. You literally can't do this. Plus the fact, here's what needs to be tattooed on every message. What's the point? What's the goal? What are we trying to achieve? If I don't know what you're trying to achieve, right? They describe themselves as a grassroots organization for Americans to take back power from corporations and politicians. Right? How do you even think your movement is going to hurt anybody? Now, the Cracker Barrel thing over the weekend, Cracker Barrel, the amount of backlash that Cracker Barrel had over 5 days on social media and one bad performing weekend across all their stores nationwide, they put the white guy back on the logo. There were some black people who made funny TikTok videos about it. They were like, holy goddamn, we should have fought harder for the things that were censored of ours. This is their webpage. The People's Union USA. Our free community is a space where truth isn't censored, voices aren't heard, or voices are heard, and real connection happens. It's where we organize, share, and support one another and build resistance together, one conversation at a time. Do you think any of them want to hear from me that says you're wasting your time? When they say truth isn't censored, do you think they really want the truth? Because the truth of the matter is, your movement is going to accomplish less than nothing. Because all your movement as designed right now is going to do is discourage future blackouts. Official gear. Every purchase from our official merchandise directly supports the movement. No, it doesn't. It makes the organizers of the movement rich. Donations help power the mission. Okay. The People's Union Certified Ethical Business Award highlights businesses that stand with the people. What do you mean highlight? Wait, hold on. I thought you just called for a national blackout. Hold on. You're going to have a national blackout, but you're going to have businesses that have been certified as ethical businesses? I wonder how much that costs. Here's the fucking problem. This, at face value, our first Certified Business Award, we're proud to announce the first ever People's Union Certified Ethical Business Award has been awarded to ECO Coffee House in East Hampton, Connecticut. And what were the criteria? Exemplifies everything this award stands for: ethical practices, community focus, and integrity. From how they source their products to how they treat their customers, this business sets the bar for what it means to truly stand with the people. So is everybody going to go, like, that right there is the defining silver lining of your movement. Instead of saying have an economic blackout, yeah, criteria, they agree with us and they gave us money. Instead of calling for an economic blackout, what you do is you don't say boycott Target and don't give another answer. What you do is you give you say, instead of shopping at Target, divert all of your money to your local grocery stores. And that doesn't mean Walmart. So here's how I shape the message. Instead of don't buy anything, all right, we're going to target Target, ironically, because we don't agree with what they stand for. So I'm calling on every American to no longer shop at Target. And I don't want you to divert your funds to Walmart and make the Walton family rich. What I would like you to do is I would like you to take a minute and find your local grocery store that's locally owned. And I'd like you to shop there for the month of September. And it might be a little hard on the pocketbook, and I understand that. But by building up local grocery stores, fill in the rest of whatever bullshit message you have. I get it. People are mad. People are mad about Target. Buy from your corner store and is owned by a family whose kids go to the same school as your kid. Right. Exactly. When was the local farmers market? You know why I don't go to the local farmers market? Because it's no longer local and it's no longer run by fucking farmers. Local farmers market when I was growing up was the farmers would drive in from the outskirts and they'd have fresh produce on the back of their truck. And then when they were out of produce, they would leave. Now the local farmers market is farmers show up and give produce to people that have produce stands. And so there's a markup there. Well, how is that any fucking different than me going and getting the fresh food at the grocery store? What 6 Foot said, though, hey, what I want you to do is I want you to shop at the local corner store, and then I want you to pick 10 cities. 20 cities. And identify local stores. Be like, yeah, shop here, shop here, shop here, shop there. Don't tell people not to shop, because you know they're going to. Tell them where to shop. You guys know for years and years I've raved about this little market we have in town, and they got sold, they got bought. They don't give a shit anymore. I went in to get some fried chicken. We have a fried chicken counter at our grocery store. I'm standing there. 2 employees saw me, walked all around the salad bar, then walked in the back, and I'm still waiting for somebody to help me. And then they came out and they started talking about the salad bar again. Then they both made eye contact with me again, and I just did this. Fuck it. I guess we're not selling fried chicken anymore, are we? And I walked off. I'm not gonna give you $10 for 2 pieces of fried. It's whatever, $6. I can go buy a steak. I can cook a steak in 8 minutes. I ain't gonna give a shit about your nonsense. I'll just make a steak and eggs. If you're not gonna care like you used to in the old days, that corner market, If any employee saw you standing anywhere, that employee either took care of you or they said, hold on, let me get the chicken person. You live not far from a potato farmer that sells his potatoes for pennies since the price collapsed. Used to be 150 for a metric ton. It collapsed to 15. Yeah. The thing that sucks is if you're buying direct from a potato farmer, he's making money. But what's not happening is you're getting more potatoes than you used to. And you're getting more potatoes for the same dollar amount. And the store doesn't have a markup. A national blackout can't accomplish anything in 5 days. This person asks a really good question.
This is a reminder.
It ties into the money thing. Number 5.
Question for all my fellow Americans out there. How do you manage to get excited about anything in relation to money when you have the world's most predatory loan system eating away at you? This isn't a rhetorical question. Like, I'm asking for advice because I am working and working so I can pay off debt that I didn't want in the first place. I didn't want to go to college. It was a horrible investment. You have to go to college. That's how you are successful, said every single person in the 1990s to the 2000 somethings. Now, I could pay 40 grand 3 times and still not be done with my loan. My salary and my living expenses combined don't make it feasible to make the giant chunks of payment that I need to actually eat away at my principal. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Well, first of all, way to not step up and way to blame everybody else. Number 1, I went to college. Number 2, I don't regret going to college. Number 3, I don't regret how much I paid for college. I think I got my value out of my I think I got more value from my money than most people. With that said, I don't make excuses. You know, if you decide to get a degree, like, remember the like girl? I guess she must have gotten mad about my video. She must have seen it because she edits her videos now and you can clearly see where she's taking the word like out. And she made a video where she said, I regret the degree I got because I don't want to do that work. You got a degree in soil biology and you don't want to go where the work is because they don't need soil biologists in the city. You have a PhD fucking D and it took you until the PhD fucking D to figure out you don't want to do the job. I knew at the end of my undergraduate that I wasn't in love with the idea of going to law school right away because I was told I was going to struggle if I didn't. I was told I should go get a master's degree and then go to law school. And I was like, cool, I'll do that. I'll go get a master's degree and then I'll go to law school. Okay. And then I fell in love with the idea of teaching. And then some terrorist assholes flew some planes into some buildings and I went a completely different route. I didn't want to go to college. Then why'd you go? Why is it nobody will ever answer? So why'd you go? Well, they told me to. Okay. So what you're saying is the school system's to blame. Sure. Great. Then I'll jump on board with you. High school education is a crock of shit because all they do now is tell you you need to go to college. Well, if I know I need to go to college in 4 years, why the fuck should I pay attention here? If the piece of paper I get out of this place isn't worth anything more than to wipe my ass with, why should I care? I tell you what, if you had businesses partnered up with the local schools and businesses were forward-looking as to what their needs were, and then you brought back shop class, like, why is being a mechanic a dirty job? Like, not, I know why it's a dirty job, but why is being mechanic looked down upon? I went to the auto shop that I use, and They're full. Every bay is full. They have 16 mechanics and they're all working. Those guys are making $25 to $35 an hour depending on which type of mechanic they are. Why is it that we're looking down on people who do tasks that we can't do? $25 an hour is $52,000 a year. $35 an hour is $72,000 a year. A mechanic makes more than the single person's median income. Good friend of yours is a car mechanic. He's under 30 and he's in his forever home. Yeah. You love tradesmen. They know how to do shit you don't. Right. Exactly. Or they do things that you want them to do because you can make more money in that hour doing something else, so you pay them a portion of what you make. Yeah, skills that pay bills. Why have we turned our country into something that's dirty? You didn't go to college. Yeah, you also didn't get $156,000 in college debt. Mechanic went to automotive school at the local community college, got his baseline certifications, then got a job. And guess what? The local community college has its own independent job placement program because Bob, who comes in Tuesdays and Thursday nights, knows everybody around here because Bob spends all day going garage to garage because he fixes like 2 things really well. So they call him when there's work for him. And he's like, oh, hey, there's this shit hot kid in the class that I'm teaching. He'll be a great fit. So Bob is a fucking headhunter and a recruiter for mechanics. Mechanics are coming out of college mechanics are coming out of a 2-year program making $52,000 a year. And Sally is coming out of a 4-year program making $54,000 a year. But she's $156,000 in debt already. High school guidance counselors, high schools, we should not allow the public schools to be called college prep schools unless they are a specific magnet school that pulls out the top performing kids, which allows because remember, people always say we got to teach to the middle. And you're right, you got to teach to the middle. So if this is the middle, this is who we're teaching to. These kids aren't getting any education. They already know everything you're teaching. These kids aren't getting any education. They don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, if we change the middle, because we get rid of the top performing kids, so now we make our bell curve look like that, because we've removed this section of the kids and we've put them over in the magnet school. Now when we're teaching to the middle, oh shit. You might still have some kids right down here that need remedial. Well, then we've created 2 classes of students and we're giving the smart kids extra incentives. The fuck you mean you're giving the smart kids the extra incentives? College prep school should have a bunch of AP level courses so you can save the students a portion of their first year at university college. No, they shouldn't. No, they shouldn't have AP level courses. They should have college courses, not AP courses. Because AP classes are dog shit. You spend the whole year doing 3 times as much work as your contemporary peers, and it all comes down to how well you do on a test. Fuck that. What you need to have is you need to have running start, where if you've got all the kids in a magnet school that are identified as ready to operate at the college level, then you coordinate with the local community college and they send professors to the magnet school and they teach at the college level. Not a high school teacher who's got the endorsement to teach AP, because that's bullshit. I didn't take any AP classes. They're bullshit. I just said, fuck it, I'll go straight to the university. So at age 16, I went to high school all day and I went to college at night. And then after that, I just went to college. I don't want to take your bullshit AP class. I actually want to learn what I have to learn in Psych 101 to be able to take Psych 102, Psych 201, Psych 250. I don't want your bullshit equivalent. I need the baseline work. Also, why is it that we call it an AP? I mean this sincerely. Why is it we try to put AP on par with college classes? So your AP class, you meet 5 times a week for 50 minutes a week for 32 weeks. So you have approximately 8,000 minutes of contact time, as opposed to an actual college course where if you're meeting for 50 minutes, you're only meeting 3 times a week and you only meet for 16 weeks. So how is it that we make a bullshit discussion point where an AP class is on par with a college class when at the end you learned more in that? Because you were operating, the guy that teaches Psych 101 also happens to be the guy that teaches 4 or 5 other courses in the psychology department. So the Psych 101 that all of them teach, they've all agreed on not the same syllabus, but the same instructional material. And you get it in a little more than a quarter of the time, minute contact time. I know people that were in AP classes, both my friends and then the girls over at the girls' school. They were fucking pissed, man. In our senior year and then in their senior year, they were pissed. My friends are in AP classes and all the time, like their senior year was shitty because they were constantly this, that, and the other. Writing papers, reading books, on top of all the other bullshit they have to do as a high school student. They would see me and they'd be like, why are you I'm like, dude, I have 15 hours of school a week. You have 40. They'd be like, what? Like, I go to 5 classes Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 5 hours. 8, 9, 10, 11, and 1. I took lunch at 12. I said, I'm at the university 15 hours a week. I have 25 hours that you're wadding away in that high school building. That's when I do all my work. All the fucking AP kids having to read 2 or 3 novels before school starts. Reading another novel or 2 over Christmas break. People that, like, kids that are getting to the point where they get a 3 on the AP, so they only get 1 credit hour. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. You went and you spent 8,000 contact minutes to get 1 credit hour? Nah, AP classes are a fucking scam. They are a scam-arino. If you've got kids that are able to operate at that level, build a side building, put them in it, coordinate with the local community college or the local university to bring professors in as a satellite, to a specialized satellite, and then those kids don't have to be there 40 hours a week. Now, maybe those kids go back and forth to the main building if it's on the same campus, because maybe they're only in college level English and college level history, and they take academic algebra 2 with trig because they're not good and they're not ready to take college level math. You could do it that way. Or guess what? You could also realize that algebra 2 with trig isn't going to be the threshold for them to go to anywhere in college. You do not need to take college algebra to graduate college. You can take Introduction to Personal Finance. You can take Math 121 for teachers, how to do your grade book. And then the only thing they teach you in that class, Math 121 for teachers, besides how to do your grade book, is the 5 definitions that people fuck up: mean, median, mode, percentile, and percent. That's it. I think there was one more that they might have taught. I took liberal arts math, man. Why the fuck do I want to take college algebra? I don't need that shit. Now, it turned out later in life I needed that shit. But I could do the work. I didn't need the class. So no, AP classes are like one of those. I love the idea. I love the top of the page. It says AP classes. And then I see the whole page and I'm like, all right, highlight all of this, delete. And now I'm re-looking at the title and I say, no, I hate the title. How can kids get college credits while still at the high school building? Fuck. Now we're doing an investigation. Now, what's the problem? We have really smart kids that are sitting around with their thumb up their ass. We have really smart kids that are getting into trouble, and we don't know why. Because they're fucking bored. Because you're literally they're in a classroom with age peers, not academic level peers. Because this country, for some reason, is allergic to the idea of Montessori schooling. If you're not familiar with Montessori schooling, it does not put you in a grade. Montessori schooling is not, you're in 7th grade, so you take 7th grade English, 7th grade math, 7th grade science. Montessori schooling is that, and I'm not going to talk about I'm going to foot stomp, break. There is an exception. I don't want to talk about the exception. You're age 12 and you're functionally in junior year of high school in reading. You're a freshman in high school in writing. You're the equivalent of a 7th grader in science, and you're in the equivalent of 5th grade math. Because it's tailored to your skills, not your age. This works really well because then nobody feels like a dumbass. I mean, they do a little bit when you start getting the 7th grader who's going back down to 5th grade math. But you know what happens? That tends to motivate them. It tends to get their ass in gear. It also allows you to structure the school where the teachers aren't trying to teach 3 different tier levels in the same grade. Look, man, I have the kids who are already operating at 8th grade math. So they go to 8th grade math. And then the 8th grade age kids come to me. I have the kids here down at the bottom who need to drop down into 6th grade math. And then the 6th graders who are ready to operate at 7th grade come up to me. And so now, instead of having this bell curve as a teacher, where you have low performers, high performers in the middle, what you have is a graph that looks almost like this. So as a teacher, 90% of your effort can go, 90% of effort can go to 90% of the students. 10% of your effort can go to 5% of the students. 0% of your effort goes to these students because they're operating at grade level. They're not operating above grade level. They're operating at grade level. Montessori method solves so many problems, but schools don't want to do it because it's more work on the administration. Well, suck a dick, administration. You're already making 2 to 3 times what the teachers make. Good side discussion.
Question for all my.
Let's talk about this one. No, get rid of her. Number 6. Where the fuck did number 6 go? I swear to God, sometimes my saves don't save. All right, let's move on to number 7. If you've ever seen the movie Boondock Saints, this one's going to resonate with you.
This may be an unpopular opinion, but there are more good people than bad people.
It's not a controversial opinion. There are more good people than there are bad people. But there is a type of good person that you should fear more than a bad person. Here are good people. I don't fear good people. Here are bad people. I don't fear bad people. I am aware of bad people. I am apprehensive of bad people. I am leery of bad people. I am cautious of bad people. But like Captain Jack Sparrow said, you can trust the dishonest person to always be dishonest. I can always trust a bad person to act badly. Where I'm concerned about are these people. I think our society is damaged more by the indifference of good men. It's a quote from Boondock Saints. The indifference of good men rather than bad people. As a society, if you guys aren't old enough to remember this, and it's before my time, if you remember the Kitty Genovese murder, Kitty Genovese was in a phone booth, I believe. She was raped and stabbed outside of the apartment where she lived. 37 witnesses saw or heard the attack, and none of them called the police or went to her aid. I don't know how the fuck to reconcile. I've struggled with the Kitty Genovese murders my whole life because I studied them early in college. And I've struggled with this my whole life. 37 people and nobody called the police, and nobody went to her aid. I do not like living in a world where we cannot criminally punish indifferent good people. Yeah, sounds like the beatdown in the news. Only one person called the cops. As opposed to here's what I don't like about the military. I don't like that the military has bystander intervention training, where although the majority of the time a bystander will not be charged formally, if it's known you were a bystander, your career is going to be fucked. So, for example, I was a lieutenant. I got a phone call. I had to go pick somebody up. I went and picked somebody up, and one of the airmen that I knew in another squadron was shafazed. She was fucked up. And the way the guy was kind of leading her out of the club didn't look right. Now, keep in mind, I'm rolling in, I'm in jeans, I'm in a leather jacket, and I saw her, and I kind of, as he was walking past me, I saw them coming for quite a minute, and I kind of grabbed her arm, and I said, "Are you all right?" And she could not form a coherent fucking sentence. And the guy's like, "She's fine." And I said, "Can I see your military ID?" And he looked at me, and I was like, "I'll flip you for it, but you're going to show me a military ID right now." And he's like, I don't have to show you my military ID. I was like, all right, yes, the fuck you do. I'm Lieutenant so-and-so, and I'm issuing you a lawful order. If you are military, identify. And he's like, I'm not military. Good, then go away, because she's too drunk to go anywhere with you. Be gone now. She was too, I didn't know who the guy was. I just knew she was too fucking drunk. So I walked, she's like, she's fucking out of it. So I walk up to the bar. I find my guy who called me, and I said, Sergeant, babysit this while I need to make a phone call, because now I got to get a female Airmen Against Drunk Driving driver up here, because I can't take her. I'm here for you. I can't take her. I'm an officer. I can take you because you're a sergeant and you're male. I can't take her, so I pulled out my phone. I said, hey, L, can you get up here real quick? I got a drunk airman that needs to be picked up, and she's a female. And she's like, yeah, I'm like right around the corner. So she came in, fellow lieutenant walked in, and I said, yeah, I don't know who she was trying to leave with, but she can't form a coherent sentence. And then she proceeded to fucking blow chunks all over the floor. I was like, fuck no. Well, there is no penalty for calling AADD. Airmen Against Drunk Driving, there is zero penalty. You can't get in trouble for it. So, I happened to go and check on her. I brought Elle with me on Monday morning. We walked up and knocked on her door. I knew where she worked. I knocked on her door. She stood up. I said, at ease, we're good. This is just a follow-up. Are you okay? And she said, yes. I said, did you know the guy that was trying to take you out of the club on Friday night? And she's dead ass in the... There wasn't a guy trying to take me out of the club on Friday night. Yeah, the fuck there was. I intervened because there was a guy trying to take you out of the club, and you didn't recognize me. You couldn't form a coherent sentence. She's like, I don't remember anybody trying to take me out of the club. I remember throwing up on your shoes. I remember getting driven back to the dorm. I was like, okay, just so you know, there's no punitive penalty, but I think you need to make better decisions. But that's it. I don't write it up. It doesn't go anywhere, but I just want to let you know. This is the shit that's called being a good wingman. It's also called, although it would be very hard, if it had been recorded that I knew, I'd get my ass in trouble. Now, if I had seen that guy on base in uniform, then he'd be fucked 9 ways from Sunday. Because it's not an illegal or an immoral order for me to ask somebody to identify themselves, because I've asked if you're military. Can I see your CAC? Can I see your military ID? If I identify as a member of the military, you don't have it's a lawful order. That's why when you say I'll flip you for it, I'll flip you for it means you put your common access card down, I put mine down, we flip them over, and you're playing the bet that I don't outrank you. It's kind of like the dead man's dice. We're playing it down, and then we're going to turn them up. I'll flip you for it. Most of the time, if an enlisted hears I'll flip you for it from somebody that looks young, they know it's an officer. Because young airmen don't do I'll flip you for it, and junior NCOs don't do I'll flip you for it. Master sergeants and above do the whole, when they want to, they'll be like, I need you to do this. I don't want to do it. I'll flip you for it. Because enlisted can't give orders. They can give directives. They have to go fetch a fucking officer to give an order. They give direction. They give directive. So yeah, if I had found him on base, I would have been like, well, I thought you weren't military. But if you've ever been in a military town, Grumpy Old Man, I don't remember who else here is a vet. Grumpy Old Man will tell you, it's fucking a meat market. These young girls, I don't want to say young girl. Well, yeah, these young girls go to either most military, 9 thoughts at one time. Pause. In most military towns, young airmen, young soldiers, young sailors are preyed upon by older men in the community. In most military towns, there is a under 21 dance club or a mixed dance club where you can get in under 21, but you can't drink. What happens with a lot of these young kids is they've never been in situations where they've been drunk. They've never been in situations where they've been out of control, because a lot of them have a lot of the Pop-Tarts. And what a Pop-Tart is somebody who goes to basic training, goes right to tech school, is in tech school such a short amount of time that they never have off-base privilege. Then they go to their first duty station. Some of these kids, and they are kids, have never had the opportunity to handle a bad situation. Now, the ones that are 21, I would fucking expect better of them. But it doesn't always happen. Yeah, yup. That's what you have in all these base towns. Because what they want is the business wants to prey on the young people, and since the young people normally don't have anywhere to go, they create a place they can go so they can get into their paycheck. If you have to fucking prey on drunk women, we've got a problem. Now, with all that said,
This may be an unpopular opinion, but there are more good people than bad people.
Yeah, also young wives while the spouse is TDY or deployed. Absolutely. It's not a generalization. It would only be a generalization if it didn't happen as often as it does. But now that it happens, we know it happens as often as it does. Right? In a military town like outside Fort Sill, it's weird to me that women do this, but there's guys that live in the military town that fuck all the military wives, and then they don't understand when the military guys get back, they're gonna get their fucking ass kicked because eventually they're gonna get caught. Those guys are already looked down upon because people know what they're up to. And I'm not saying every guy that lives in the town, I'm only saying the guys that fuck the military wives. But yeah, there are more good people than bad people, but not every person has to do something nefarious to be labeled as bad. To be a good person, you actually have to be good. If you want to say good, bad, and neutral, I'm cool with that too. But if we're going to go with a dichotomy, then I don't think every good person is good. That crime you witnessed that you didn't report, none of my business. The fact that you know one of your coworkers is stealing and you're not going to report it, not my money. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry. This year there's no money for bonuses because we just didn't turn a profit. Then you're looking at the guy that stole a bunch of shit and be like, hey, asshole, you just fucked everybody out of their bonus. And he looks at you and he says, well, if you had reported me.
This may be an
Let's see. I know sometimes people don't like when I go into the transgender argument, and I acknowledge that. And I guess I can't, because once again, this thing didn't save all of the ways that I wanted to.
Grown adult men talk about grown adult men.
The naming convention I used didn't stick again. I don't know I gotta find out what's going on with that. Because some of them, the names change. And some of them, they don't. We'll talk about this one. People not understanding how money works.
I heard a statistic this morning. There is over $9 trillion in 401ks throughout the United States. People are investing in 401ks. But only 34% of those people did not know that upon withdrawal, it's taxed. Tell me you guys knew that it's taxed.
This is such an important one because you have to know where you're putting your money. You absolutely need to know where the fuck you're putting your money. 401ks are taxed unless they're a Roth 401k. Just to foot stomp. If it has the word Roth in it, it's not taxed because you do pre-tax contributions. Yeah, Roth IRA and a Roth 401k don't get taxed, but a traditional IRA and a traditional 401k do. Yeah, you should. You max that out. And if that's the if the only money you can save every year goes anywhere else, until you've maxed your Roth IRA, you shouldn't be saving anywhere else. Until, of course, you're at, or your Roth 401k. But I also want to remind people will say something to me like, well, the Roth 401k is better than the Roth IRA because my employer makes contributions. And you are correct. Except your money goes there. Their money goes there. You ladder CDs. I don't ladder anymore. I have everything in one big CD pot, but CDs are only 1/4 of the things. And right now my CD is one big pot because the interest rates were so good. As each CD matured, I let it, well, back that up. When interest rates were shitty, as the CDs matured, I pulled them out and put them into a money market account. And then it just so happened when the fourth CD matured, interest rates went up by like 1.5 points. And I threw all of that in at 4.5%. And so, yeah. So I pulled it out. As interest rates were sliding down, I pulled them all out. Because I'm not going to be the guy that locks up 6 figures into a CD at 2%. If I can sit it in my money market account at 2%. Doesn't make any damn sense. Roth 401ks can also be withdrawn after 55 if you leave the company after 55. Yes. Yes. Which is important. Yeah, I don't want to lock in a shitty rate either. Which is why I'm hoping I got to go 1 month and 3 days. I'm hoping that the fucking economy stays strong, that interest rates stay high until 30 September. Because then I will lock in my new interest rate for the maximum duration, which will probably only be 8 or 9 months. I wouldn't be surprised if in September they're only doing a 6-month at 4%. Because they don't want to be holding the bag on long-term debt either. But yeah, people need to understand where they're putting their money. And it's like the song Don't Stay in School by Boy in a Band. I was never taught money. I was never taught how the thing that runs the world operates. Because we don't want people to be smart. The video that I did, if you haven't seen it, I did a video on the 40-30-20 rule. Or the 50-30-20 rule. And I said, I don't use this model. I specifically do not use this bullshit model. This is the Know Your Number article. I told you guys that article for years. Thanks for sharing. I shared this theory for years, but I never put it into a singular article because financial advisors will tell you to spend 30%, just to come over to this one. Financial advisors will tell you to spend 30% of your money on your wants. But then they'll ask you why you don't have 20% down for your mortgage. Well, no shit. How are you going to get to this if you're only doing this? That's bullshit. I don't even believe in that breakdown, right? I don't believe in it at all. This is what I believe in. I believe in 40% of your needs, 40% of your income should pay for your needs, 30% should be in your savings, and 30% should be in your wants. You can bump that to 50-30-20 with 30% being savings when you move into a house. Because remember, it's all about perception. It's all about, I need housing, but I want a house. Now, some people will say, well, if I'm putting my money into a house, aren't I building equity and aren't I saving? Yeah. You are. But it's not about, that's a 30-year plan, which you should pay off. If it takes you 30 years to pay off your mortgage, you fucked up. It should never take you 30 years. Period. It should take you about 12. It should take you about 12 years to pay off your mortgage. They need to be teaching this to kids from an early age. They do. They absolutely do. But we're more concerned about teaching kids pre-algebra geometry, algebra 2 with trigonometry, that 95% of them will never fucking use. Let's say 80% of them will never use. If we're not being sensationalist, 80% of kids will not use the math or the science they learn in high school. I would rather have kids only have half a year of biology, because first of all, you do not need to have taken biology to take chemistry. You do not need to have taken biology to take physics. We waste kids' fucking time by teaching them a full year of biology. When you get to the fucking adulthood, and there are women who are making the argument that men have an inflated sense of ego because they think they contribute any DNA to the baby. Humans have 46 chromosomes, 23 pairs. Half come from mom. Where the fuck did the other half come from? Well, mom has a complete DNA sequence. Yes, your child is not a clone. Your child is an offspring. Now, a human has 46 chromosomes, 23 pairs, right? 23 chromosomes come from mom. Where the fuck did the other 23 chromosomes come from? Dad. Well, the kid looks like mom. Great, we're not fucking talking about dominant features. We're talking about where they get the other half of the blueprint. What do some of these women believe? Honestly, honest to God, they're so angry at the fucking patriarchy. They're like, men don't have anything to do with my baby. Well, then what the fuck has anything to do with your baby? Fucking dinos? Frogs? Like, did John Hammond artificially inseminate you by taking your egg and filling in the gaps with a fucking West African river frog? Fuck's sake, man. Dino nuggies? Where the fuck did the other half of the fucking DNA code come from? And this is why I said the other day, we don't have to accept everybody's perspective. We have to respect their right to have a dumbass perspective, but we don't have to accept it. Yeah, who knew that humans could do parthenogenesis? Parthenogenesis. Fuck you, Wilf Hagar. You know my feelings about goddamn words that have 4 of the 5 vowels in one word. Shit. None of that shit. Put a dash in there. Fuck's sake. The on-running joke is that I don't speak regular English. I speak Hiberno English because of my father. And my father wouldn't allow me to develop his Gaelic part. So he was trying to teach me English with vowels being all fucked up. And that's why I was in speech therapy as a kid. This kid can't make vowel sounds. I can. Fucking in Gaelic. Assholes.
I heard a statistic this morning.
That's a good statistic, though. I'm glad she said that. I'm going to play this one because this one's happening far too often with parents as well.
I want to ask parents, why do you not like giving your kids the documents that they deserve that's rightfully theirs, like their social security, their birth certificate, any document that would help them get an apartment, would help them get a house, would help them get a job. Like, you want to hoard that stuff like it's yours. Because as soon as you give that to your kids, it's like you lose all control of them. Because it's like, you know that they cannot move on in life without those documents. You cannot get an apartment without your birth certificate, your social security card, anything like that. You can't even apply for certain things without those things. You can't get an ID without certain things. So it's like, I always wondered, because my mother did not like giving me my stuff. And then finally I just took it one day. And I'm seeing other videos. There's this lady whose mother literally was like getting mad at her and freaking out at her because she kept trying to get into this bag to get her documents so that she can go get an apartment. And the mom was literally like, it was in Spanish. Her mom was literally getting mad because she was trying to grab them from her. Why do a lot of parents not want to give you your documents? Because it's like, to me, I feel like it's out of control. Because they know that their kid could do better than them. They know that their kid will never come back. And I know a lot of parents deep down inside know that they treated their kids horribly. But they sit up here and they take the things that can make their kids basically move on and never talk to them again and never forgive them. Because it's like, out of a sense that your kids need you only for those things, so you need to feel needed, because you know goddamn well that as soon as your kids have their documents, they're gone, and you no longer have control, because you don't even have control over your own life. So you need to control your child's life, because you need to control something. Why? Don't know. That's some trauma that you didn't figure out. But
that's such a great talking point, because I saw this a lot. I saw this an awful lot as a teacher when I was helping my seniors graduate. And I'm also, this is what my father did to me. I wanted to go into the military at 18. I was done with 2 years of university, and I wanted to go to the military because I knew the military would there was tuition assistance, there was CLEP, there was Dante's. I knew full well that I would get my bachelor's degree. I wanted to go into the military as logistics. I knew that right away. I wanted to go in as logistics. I would have gone in as an E3 without signing a 6-year contract, because I had 60 or more college credit hours. So I wanted all those things. My father wouldn't give me my fucking birth certificate and my social security card. And it took so long for me to get that shit, right? That by the time I got that shit, I couldn't leave because my mom had gotten cancer. Now, I am not of the, well, it all worked out in the end. No, it didn't all work out in the end. You got lucky and it worked out. But by the time I was able to get all that paperwork together, my mom had cancer. So then by the time I got done dealing with my mom having cancer, it was just faster to finish the bachelor's degree. And then I was going to go in the military, and I was going to do my graduate degree through tuition assistance. And then unfortunately the military, as you know, in the late 90s went into a force shaping because we hadn't been at war for the back half of the 90s. Well, then 9/11 happened and you couldn't get into the military. Believe it or not, getting into the military after 9/11 was, can you go right now? Yes, okay, we'll handle you. Can you go right now? No, I can't go right now. Then get to the back of the fucking line. Can you go right now? Yes, we'll take care of you. No, back of the line. Yes, 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 yes. All right, that's it. I got 8 people that can go right now. The rest of you, come back next week. Come back tomorrow. Come back, get out of my face. Because all they were doing was wartime surging. Shit, we're sending people to Afghanistan, Iraq. We're sending more people to Ramstein. We're sending more people to Aviano. Because we got to buff up all the European sites that contribute to the war. By the time it was all said and done, I delayed entry enlisted, but I delayed entry to finish my master's degree. I was 3 classes done. And what I said was, fuck it, I'm going to finish my master's before I go. My father didn't give me my paperwork, and I will say it all worked out in the end, because I believe that when you're on a path, I don't believe in divine intervention. I don't believe in like the Adjustment Bureau with Matt Damon, where God has a plan for all of us. Because if God has a plan for all of us, and we can't ever alter the plan, then we don't have free will. And the idea that I don't have free will, I can't accept that. If I don't have free will and I'm just playing out I'm playing out a role in a Shakespearean play, well then, with the shit that I've seen in my life, fuck the author of this play. I have to believe humans have free will because humans have fucked this planet up and are terrible to each other. So I have to believe we have free will. Because if this is a divine plan, then I am not impressed. So with all that said, I get what she's saying. I used to have to help kids get their stuff. Now, I saw what you said. We used to be able to get started in life without these documents. And you're right. We used to be able to get started in life without everything. I think, well, no, I still needed my birth certificate. Hold on. No, I didn't. Where did I need my birth certificate in that process? I don't think, I didn't need my birth certificate when I got my driver's license at 16. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I needed my birth certificate and my social security card because back then they put your social security number on your fucking driver's licenses. So I did need my birth certificate and I did need my social security number or my social security card. Also, keep in mind that when I got my first driver's license, it was still the Polaroid in between the laminated plastic. I know I don't look that old, but I'm as old as the dinosaurs. Yeah, I had my social security number memorized. Shit. Well before that. Because, of course, before we treated social security numbers seriously, what was my student ID number at university? The first letter of my last name and the last 4 of my social. Like, thanks, guys. Like, fuck's sake. But your kids don't even have their phone number memorized? My kids are required to have my phone number memorized. My kids are required to have it memorized. And I've told my kids, I don't care how old you are, if I'm paying for your phone, you better know my fucking phone number, because my phone number hasn't changed since before any of them were born. I've had the same phone number for 28 years. 22 years. You need to know my fucking phone number. If they don't know my phone number and I'm still paying for their phone, I'm not paying for their phone. So they know it. Don't tell me they can't learn it. They can. They absolutely can. There just has to be a carrot and a stick. If you can remember my phone number, you get a phone. If you don't remember my phone number, you lose your phone. Carrot and stick. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, they're an adult. I need to remind everybody about this because they don't get it. If your parents are paying for it, your parents still have say. It's called having bag. If it's my bag of cash paying your bills, I sure as fuck have say in your life. Not in all aspects of your life, not like it was when you were a kid. But in regards to all of the things I pay for, I sure as fuck have bag. So I'll share one. I was balancing the accounts last night and I saw a payment to the courthouse. And I was like, okay. Turns out my daughter got a ticket. Okay, why the fuck wasn't I made aware of that? And it turned into a little Judge Wapner's people court session in my family. I pay for the insurance. You got a fucking ticket. I was scared to tell you. Well, are you more scared to have the conversation that I stumbled the fuck upon it? Or would you just have rather told me? I probably should have told you. Yeah, because when you hide shit from me, Skynet says you're an enemy of the state. If you tell me shit, I'm going to be like, well, that was dumb. Be like, can you get probation? Can you get supervision? Because my kids know if they get a speeding ticket, they pay the differential in their insurance. They get a second ticket, I drop them off my insurance, sign over the title of the car to them. Now it's your car, you pay the registration, you pay the fucking insurance, your bad choices. I think that's the problem. People are afraid to give their kids bad choices or bad consequences. You didn't give them the bad consequence. You told them. I think we need to teach this in school too. I think somehow this has gotten lost. These are my boundaries. These are my expectations. So a boundary should always be an I statement. And if you don't know what an I statement is, pay attention. These are important. I statements are statements that do not have the word you in them. I will not answer my phone after 10 o'clock at night. That is a boundary. I will not answer my phone after 10 p.m. So if you need me, now I've given the expectation. Expectations are both ways. Boundaries are non-negotiables. Boundaries are ultimatums. And you have the right to set whatever boundaries you want. And the first time anybody challenges your boundaries, as long as you've written it as an I statement, that person just threw a red flag. I will not answer my phone after 10 o'clock at night. Well, what if I need a ride? I can't get you after 10 o'clock at night. I will have taken medication, which means I cannot drive. These are all boundaries. Expectation. If you need me, call me before 10 o'clock at night. If you need help after 10 o'clock at night, do these things. If you desperately need help after 10 o'clock at night, call my phone 4 times and it will bypass and it will ring a different ringtone and it will ring, you're all gonna die down here. And I'm gonna know I need to pick up my phone because someone's gonna die down here. I'm giving you a bypass because I'm your parent and I want to be there for you. But if you ever call that shit and it's nonsense, can you send me $20 for Grubhub? Then I will just take you off of the list of numbers that can bypass my do not disturb. Sorry. People are ashamed of having boundaries. Again, the boundary has to be done with an I statement. I will not do this. I will not do this. In my family, my boundary is I have no problem going and picking up takeout. I will only go to one place. I am going here. Well, I don't want that. That's fine. I'm going to Jimmy John's to get a sandwich. I have no problem getting you Jimmy John's. Well, can you go to Chick-fil-A? It's right next door. No, because my boundary is I only go to one place. Well, I don't like Jimmy John's. Then don't eat Jimmy John's. But your expectation is crossing my boundary. You're expecting me to go to Chick-fil-A. And somehow, again, we're sailing through the sea of information, but people don't want to accept what words mean. Well, I don't think that's reasonable. I don't give a fuck. Just don't say I don't give a fuck about what you think. That's your boundary. I don't care what other people think. And as soon as you put that boundary up, you will notice all the people in your life that are taking advantage of you get really uncomfortable because you can no longer be manipulated. I am not going to be late to anywhere. I plan to arrive places 15 minutes early. I am leaving at 5:30. I don't have to include the expectation. I am leaving at 5:30. That is the boundary. 5:30, I'm pulling out of the driveway. I don't give a shit if you're in the car or not. That's not being an asshole. That's just setting a boundary. Expectation. I am leaving at 5:30. I expect you to be ready by then. I am leaving. That's a non-negotiable. I expect. The person then can say back, I will be ready at 5:25. I expect you to wait for me. Your expectation is in violation of my boundary. When you say that to people, they're like, I don't get it.
I want to ask.
That's because you don't have healthy boundaries. It's because you allow people to walk all over you. This is a big one. This right here is a huge one that I see when people are trying to do like political debates. Look at what happens in this discussion.
We're going to get to the point where we weren't talking about these kind of comparisons, Chicago versus Toronto, in just a minute. Let's deal with the incorrect data in this comment first and foremost. Oh my God. Chicago is not larger than Toronto. Toronto's population 2025 is approximately 7,106,000. Chicago is approximately 2,612,000. And you would have a point if you weren't comparing the city of Chicago with the overall metropolitan area of Toronto. The estimated population for the Toronto Census metropolitan area in 2025 is over 7 million people. The city has a population of 2.6 million. The city of Toronto, hang on. Actually, per the 2021 census, the city of Toronto has 2,794,536 people. Chicago has a population of 2.72 million. You're literally comparing the population of the city of Chicago with the overall metropolitan area of Toronto. If you want to compare the city of Chicago to the city of Toronto, the populations are very similar. If you want to compare the Chicagoland area or the Chicago metropolitan area to the Toronto metropolitan area, Chicagoland actually has a couple of million more people overall, about 9.2 million people to the 7.1 of Toronto. But at the end of the day, none of this matters because we weren't talking about Toronto or any city in Canada. The video that this comment was left on was talking about Chicago in context of other cities within the United States of America. Not North America, the United States of America. The stats that were given in that video were that Chicago was the third largest city in the United States of America. Chicago was the second or third this or the second or third that in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, the only mention to North America the entire video gave was that Chicago was, I believe, second in most number of skyscrapers in all of North America. That's it. Nobody compared Chicago's population to Toronto's population ever.
Yep.
You got really worked up about something.
So this is what I'm finding more and more. I showed the video once where the guy comes in, he goes up to the counter and he says, "Hey, I got something ordered for a 2024 this." And he's like, "Great, what's your name?" He says, "Greg took the order for me." Great. Doesn't help me. What the fuck's your name? Like, people don't want to answer the question asked. And it has become so infuriating for me because I'm trying to help people. And my point will be, answer my question. Well, I have all this other information. I don't give a fuck about all your other information. I don't need it yet. I need to know this. I need to know this. Then people are still, they do this comparison all the time of apples or oranges to orangutans. Look, man, I'm hungry. I need an orange. I know an orangutan is orange, but I can't eat it legally. Can I have an orange, please? You gotta, what are you comparing? Chicago is the third largest city in the United States. Nobody disputes that. It's not like Atlanta's down there saying we're number 3. Atlanta knows where it's at. Now, which city makes the most money? Makes the most money at what? Overall? Through stocks? Through property investment? Through what? Because when you say makes the most money, I don't know what you mean. Which city is worth the most? Which city has the people with the highest average household income? What do you mean? Like, before I jump in, I need you to provide clarity. Yeah, GDP per capita after taxes. Like, which one are you talking about? Because there are some cities, some states that are down here on one chart that are way the fuck up here on another chart because they don't have state income tax. Well, the people in California make more than anybody else in the country. Sure. If true, I don't know if it is, but they make that pre-tax. What's their take home? It's like why I say to people, if I win this power, I think the Powerball might have been won. I don't know. If I won the Powerball and I started a video game company, I would not start it in California. Because I could pay you $250,000 a year in California and you would live a shitty pauper life. I would pay you $155,000 in Southern Illinois and you'd live like a fucking king. House price down here, if I give you $150,000 a year, that means you can buy a $450,000 house. My house is nice as fuck and it's $300,000. I bought it for $175 and it's gained $125,000 in value in 10 years, less than 10. I don't want to go to California. To go work in California, I would need a 1.2. Yeah, but I can't buy a fucking pool. Right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Because we don't have enough pool installer companies here. And then they all raise their rates because so many people want pools. I can't buy a pool because the first year I looked at putting in a pool, it was $60,000. And I didn't have $60,000 in I don't take loans for that type of improvement. Because I'm not gonna pay a bunch of money. They're gonna want me to get the loan in August. And then they're gonna want me to hold the loan. They're gonna want to prove that I have the financing. The bank isn't gonna want to hold the financing because interest rates could change 3 times before that. So they're gonna want me to draw the loan as a home improvement loan, sit that in a bank account, and start paying it off in August or September. And they're not gonna start working on the pool till April or May. So I ain't gonna do that. So I spent a year and I got the $60,000 together. Then when I called the same pool company back out a year later, they're like, "Oh, it would be $115,000." And I said, "Oh, okay." And I turned around and I started to walk away. And he's like, "Well, do you want me to mark it?" No, because if somehow between 1 year and the next, you've gone from $60,000 to $115,000, then something's really wrong here. And I'm not going to work with you guys. Then he started talking. And I was like, "I'm sorry, we're done." And he had that look on his face. One of two things has happened. Either one, you've started me at 115, so when I start not wanting options, I knock it off. Or two, you guys have really started charging $55,000 more in 1 year. Well, I don't see a value of putting a $115,000 pool at the time, a $250,000 house. That's a piss poor investment. I started looking for a house with a pool. It's kind of like all those solar people will come to your house and they'll tell you, you can finance the solar panels that we put on your house. And you can, except you have just literally made selling your house 4 or 5 times more difficult. And where you got to realize this is I have a house, they have a house. The houses are each $250,000. But I put $115,000 pool back there. So I'm going to want $365,000 out of my house. But if you show up in my neighborhood and both these houses are for sale, chances are you're looking at a $250,000 house because $250,000 is your budget. You're not gonna see the value of $115,000. It takes a long time for a pool to work out because I need the house to get up to $350,000 so that now, that I depreciate the pool over 10 more years. And now the number might work out. But you got this guy right next door. His house is $250,000, but he has $20,000 worth of solar panels on his roof. And the same problem. Buyer comes to the neighborhood to look at the house that's $250,000. I hate to tell people this, if you financed your solar panels, if you're trying to sell your house now, you're eating the cost of those solar panels. You might get a buyer to go $25,75 with you. You might get the buyer to pay $5 towards your solar panels. There's houses all over here for sale. The ones that aren't selling are the ones with the fucking finance solar panels on the roof. I want your house. I don't want your solar panel. Well, I don't want to pay for it. Well, I don't want to pay for it either. Well, you're going to be the one that gets it. And that may be. But I'm also going to get the ugly fucking paint job you did. I'm going to get the weird ass wood banisters. I'm going to get that ridiculous backsplash you have in the kitchen. I'm getting all of those things. I don't want all those things. And people don't understand. You got to compare like to like. The house is worth $250,000. Now, when I go down to Florida, different market. Most houses in Florida have a pool because Florida is hot as shit. If you own the house and you already own the house, you don't have to put the bullshit metal framing jobber around the house. You can't even have a fence around them down in some parts of Florida now. You have to have the pool enclosed in like a greenhouse to make sure somebody else's kid doesn't walk on your property and drown. How the fuck is that my problem? Not to be mean, but how the fuck is that my problem? Why weren't you looking after your toddler? But you gotta have this fucking dome thing on it. Well, you don't have to have it if you already have the pool. You only have to put it up when you transfer the property. Well, if it needs to be up for you transfer the property, that's a you cost. But you're gonna think that since I want the property, that's a me cost. Well, why the fuck would I want a $20,000 to $40,000 pet project? Why would I want to give you $40,000 for you to have a guy put it up when you can't sell it without it? I'll just wait until there's a house with that shit already up, and I'll buy that instead. We got 38. What else did I have? All these. I made a comment once about people. If you want to get a house, what you can do if you're trying to buy a house is you can go and you can find a house that needs some work. So you don't try to buy a perfect home out of the box. You buy a home that you're going to have to spend a couple of months working on. And some people are adamantly against this idea. They think the idea is stupid. I'd like to introduce you to this guy.
What felt like $1 million idea. After losing his leg to stage 3 bone cancer, he discovered a painful truth. A prosthetic leg costs more than $20,000. For most people, that price means no second chance at walking. But instead of giving up, he asked himself a simple question: what if I could build my own? He used his woodworking skills to turn a solid piece of wood into a leg. With patience and precision, he carved the shape and smoothed every edge. Then he shifted his focus to crafting the wooden foot, which required far more care. He carefully adjusted the size and angle so it could balance his body weight. He sanded every surface and rounded the edges with meticulous attention. The foot had to be as close as possible to the real thing, because even the smallest mistake could affect how he walked. Finally, to bring comfort and flexibility, he added a bicycle shock absorber, a clever touch that absorbed impact and mimicked the natural movement of a real leg. The cost? Less than $100. He didn't just walk again. He showed that solving real problems with creativity can change lives, and that's what makes it $1 million idea.
So here's the thing. I tell people, if you've got a problem and you don't have the money to solve it, then figure out a way to solve it. Being lazy is a trait that only the rich people can buy for their character sheet. I want to be lazy. Solve this problem for me. Oh, that'll be $50,000. Okay. Guy needs a leg. A lot of people would have just been like, I don't have a leg, I'll sit in a chair. Guy obviously didn't want to sit in a chair. Guy obviously wants to be able to stand up. He's got a lot of nice woodworking equipment. Guy probably wants to get back at it. Guy made himself a whole ass leg. You won't go to class on Saturday morning at Lowe's to figure out how to do tile? Does doing tile suck? Abso-fucking-lutely it does. Do I like doing it? No. Does it suck? Yes. You got to do tile. You got to know how to install a toilet. Well, I don't know how to install a toilet. Well, are you going to go to the class and figure out how? Or are you going to call the plumber and have him do it? Well, it's going to cost me like $900 if the plumber does it. No, it's going to cost you more like $1,200, but not if I buy the toilet myself. Well, then you better check with the fucking plumber. Because guess what? You're going to buy the toilet yourself. The plumber's going to realize you have a brand new toilet in a crate, and it's not going to be $900 anymore. It's not going to be, it's still going to be several $100s more because he makes part of his money. Now, that's a completely different topic. That's a completely different discussion. I don't think tradesmen should be making markup on what they sell. I don't mind if they go buy a toilet for $500 even, and then they throw a mileage fee and a time fee. I would rather see that. Like, yeah, man, we got the toilet. We had to drive over to Lowe's and get it. Here's the mileage, and here's the 30 minutes time. I don't mind that. I don't mind paying you if you tell me what I'm paying for. But when you tell me on the line item, it's $500 for the toilet, and I could have bought it myself at the warehouse for $325, now we've got a problem. Some people will be like, well, that's how they make their money. Yeah, and it doesn't make it right. It makes it so that the people who don't understand where the markup is, because what they're doing is they're marking up, and then they're doing the shell game. Well, our labor is this, but our parts are this. Well, why the fuck don't you just charge me the labor at the labor rate? Oh, well, then people would argue and balk. People are going to balk at the overall price anyway, man. Break it down for them. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to seem greedy on how much you're charging, because people don't appreciate tradesmen. I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing, but society shouldn't want that. Guy made a whole ass leg.
This man came up with what.
This is a great example of, if you wanted to, if all these businesses talk about, well, we could, if we would, we could. I don't know if you've ever heard of Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's is a great example of if they wanted to, they would, but business style. The lowest paid worker at Buc-ee's is paid $18 an hour. Managers, not even GMs, make $150K. And yet, the things at Buc-ee's are not expensive. And they have so many things. And their yearly revenue is still in the billions. If every employer was like Buc-ee's, imagine what our economy would be.
Well, if every employer was like Buc-ee's, imagine what our economy would be, is a different discussion. Because if every employer was like Buc-ee's, you would have 3 years of good, and then you would have 3 years of, oh my God, what the fuck barbecue chicken did you do to this economy? Which is, if you haven't figured out, this is where we're at now. When you put more money in circulation, it doesn't fix the problem. When you put more money into circulation, I don't mean more money into circulation. When more money flows down to the bottom, it's good for the working class. Except if you haven't already done certain things, it's terrible for the working class. For example, we talked about this on the show the other day, and it actually turned into the framework of an article that I think I finished last night. I got to give it one more polish. If the average number of children in a house is 1.8, we'll make that 2. If the average is 2, why are people buying 4 and 5 bedroom houses? If the average is 2, we don't need McMansions. Like, Grumpy Old Man, I think, was the one that brought it up. My first house that I lived in, you had to go outside to change your mind. When my brother and sister were visiting, it was terrible. It was terrible when my brother and sister visited. Because there wasn't any room for us. I had to sleep on the couch. My sister got my bed. My brother got the spare bedroom. And that meant no matter what I did, I was getting up at like 5 in the morning or 5:30 in the morning. And I was a little kid. I was a little tyke. I was getting up at like 5:30 in the morning because that's what time Dad got up. And the house was literally, like, no bullshit aside, it was a small suburban house. You went in the house. There was a bathroom here, a bedroom, and a master bedroom, right? That's a hallway. And then the rest of the house was a hallway right here. This was the kitchen, and then this was the living room, and then this was like the foyer. That was it. That was our house. That's a great fucking starter home. That's a great starter home. But we don't want to build those anymore because we've put it in people's heads that they have to have fucking McMansions. Well, the house that I lived in, yeah, the fucking house that you lived in as a kid was probably not your parents' fucking starter home. Or if your parents only had one kid, they maybe never moved out of their starter home because they didn't have a need to. Well, I want to live in a... It's horrible. I had to share a room with my brother during vacation. What the fuck are you talking about? I had to share a room with my brother for my entire childhood. Right, exactly. Like, exactly. I think Grumpy Old Man and I were I think because Grumpy Old Man's a little bit older than I am. I think I'm the last graduating class of the School of Common Sense. We used to have this thing where this was your family home. And when you left, you either went to the military, you went to the college dorm, or you got your own apartment. And then all of these people converged on a starter home. And then you kind of knew that you were going to move to your family home. And then after your family home, you were going to downsize back to basically a starter home. So you went to the retirement home. Well, unfortunately, and I'm not picking on the millennials, and I'm not picking on the neo-millennials, and I'm not picking on the Zoomers, but somehow this is where the disconnect happened. You left your family home, and you expected to move into a property that's as nice as the house your mom and dad have, because your mom and dad never told you about the starter home. Your older brother or older sister might remember the starter home. I've a completely empty bedroom with nothing in it that is called the VR headset room for my kid. Okay, so let me address that. I'm thank you for sharing something like that because it allows me to have a talking point. Ready? You have an extra bedroom, which means you're earning enough money to have that. You have a VR setup, which means you have the money to have that. But I think if I throw a guess out, you've probably worked hard to command a salary that allows you to have those things. I'm going to take a wild stab. Your job doesn't involve a hairnet, and would you like fries with that? I don't know, but I'm guessing it doesn't. I don't think anybody should struggle with shelter. I don't think anybody should struggle with homelessness. But if I could, I would love, if I won the Powerball, to be fair, a lot of having to support live with their parents these days. My parents had the decency to kick off early on. I'm gonna put that on the screen, and I'm gonna circle back around to that one. People need to realize I don't want you to be poor. I want you to own a house. If I won the Powerball, I know exactly where I would buy 1,000 acres of land, because there's a farm that's 1,000 acres for sale, and I would build a starter community. No, I wouldn't. Why wouldn't I build a starter community? Because we all know that the people who need affordable housing are the fucking assholes that lower the fucking property value everywhere they fucking go. Why do people want gated communities? Because they don't want to deal with the fucking shitbirds. Why do people like moving into a community that's a little bit more expensive? Because I'd rather be the poorest guy in the rich neighborhood than the richest guy in the poor neighborhood. Not because I'm a classist, but because I've lived in shitty neighborhoods. I've lived in the area where, bang, 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 bang. Oh, shit. Hey, we're not going to be able to go out tonight. Why? Because there's going to be cops all over here for the next 4 hours. All the traffic's going to be blocked off. So, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm sorry, young millennials, neo-millennials, and Zoomies, we might have to just give up on you. And when I say that, there is a phrase in the Declaration. or I'm sorry, in the preamble to the Constitution, we do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. I'm sorry, the half of the millennial generation, the neo-millennials and the Zoomers, I think you got fucked. I think you done been fucked, and it might be the back half of Generation X and all of the millennials, but I meet a lot of successful millennials, so I'm not entirely sure. But I've noticed an uptick in this bullshit, and I'm sorry, charity is charity. I do charity when I damn well want to do charity. I will spend my money, thank you, how I want, thank you. I earned it, thank you. I don't need you to tell me how to spend my money. I've noticed an uptick. Somebody said something to me. They're like, you went on another vacation. Yeah. You know, you could donate that money to the poor. If I donate the money to the poor, do I get free tickets to Disney World? No. Well then, first of all, why are you telling me what I should and should not do with my money? Well, because you have more than you need. True, I won't argue with you. All my bills are paid. My fun is had. I save. And then I don't even spend all the fun money every month. That kicks to charity that I do. I donate to a particular hospital that saved my daughter's life. But where did we get this idea that it's okay to tell other people what to do with their money? Where did we get this idea that it's okay to say billionaires shouldn't be billionaires? I'm cool with the idea if you don't like billionaires being dragons hoarding wealth. Okay? Then let's go on a plan where we get off fiat currency and we go right back to the gold standard or the silver standard or a mixed standard. Grumpy old man will tell you, you don't want to be on a fucking, you think it's bad now? You don't want to be on a hard currency economy. You want to be, if you want luxury, if you want niceties, if you want better quality of life, you want a fiat currency because then it's tied to the performance of the stock market and the potential future predictability of the government. The moment we go back on a fiat currency, no, 6 foot, a silver-backed economy or a gold-backed economy doesn't mean you actually carry coins, gold coins or gold bars. They can't print more money than they have in hard currency in circulation because you can take these and then you could go to the bank and say, I would like $10 of gold, please. And they're like, well, right now we can't give you $10 in gold. We can give you $9.60 of gold because we can give you an ounce. We have ounce coins. Well, what that means is immediately fractional lending is gone. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to stay on it anyway. The only way they would be able to stay on it, and nobody's gonna like this, is we wouldn't be able to have greenbacks anymore. We would have to print bluebacks or blackbacks or whatever, yellowbacks. We'd have to pick a different color. And then you would find out in one day your net worth has gone down by 90%. Because we have 90% more money in circulation than we have because of fractional lending. If you don't understand these concepts, please throw it in the chat and be like, I don't get it. But stop listening to people like the girl who says we can just take away all the money from the billionaires. What fucking money? They don't have money. They have stock. And even if we seized it, we'd have to sell it. They would have to balance it so the government would fix it to normalize the national debt. Well, that would be the second cut. The first cut you'd have to do is you would have to have a fucking stock market crash, and you would have that stock market crash when suddenly out of nowhere the bank called everybody's debts in simultaneously. The bank would be like, doesn't matter that you had a 30-year fixed mortgage, we need the money back now. Doesn't matter that you had a 5-year car plan. Yeah, nobody would be able to value stuff. Well, they would, but not until after the crash. Because remember, all these companies work on loans as well. So, I don't think we could fix the problem in my lifetime. Fix it. We can absolutely hit the fucking reset button, but the reset button fucks everybody over. Yeah, it's a runaway. It's a chain reaction. The current economy is so complex. A debt-free economy is your personal pipe dream? No, it's not. It's absolutely not. A debt-free economy means you can't buy a house until you have 100% of the value of the house. Because you cannot get a mortgage. Because you cannot have debt. You need a new car. You have to be able to buy it full value. Because a debt-free economy means nobody has debt. It means you don't have luxuries like the baby boomers and the silent generation. That would dramatically reduce the price of houses and cars, though. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't reduce it at all. Nothing about a debt-free economy reduces the price of a car. The price of a car is based on how much did it take for me to manufacture the car, and then where's my extra profit? No, I covered the shooting. It was covered. What more about the shooting needs to be covered? Guy pulled out a rifle, killed 1, wounded 6. If you've got a talking point, sure, but I don't know what else needs to be covered about it. Did I see the Denmark stuff? The fact that it's a country. What about it? It's a country. That's all. Yes, I've seen Denmark, and I am aware that it is the country. But yeah, it wouldn't. Remember, prices don't get reduced. And some people would say, well, if you collapse the economy by 90%, all the prices will go down by 90%. That is true. Absolutely. But here's the problem. House is $100,000. You can't afford that. So the house is now $10,000. And you say, I can afford that because I have $25,000 in the bank. No, you don't. You have $250 in the bank. Okay, so update is 2 dead, 17 injured. At the start of the show, it was 1 dead, 6 injured. The shooter's dead. Good. Fuck him. But yeah, okay, Rad, I'm done. It's after 2. So I'm wrapping up my last point, but man, I'm no longer gonna, I told you the other show, I'm no longer gonna entertain the way that you come into my show. Don't be like, can we talk about this? Just be like, can we talk about how the mayor said this? Just put it all in one thought. I guess the consumer now needs to work and save up cash for the $10,000 house. That work cash flow is good overall rather than pretend money with loan. Yes, so that's the thing. You know when you buy an asset, you know what the asset's gonna do. But the trick is, I think it would be great if we got house prices down to $10,000. But then minimum wage would be $1.50. See, what people struggle with is when you collapse the entire economy, the entire economy gets collapsed by 90%. And we would never be able to do that. And it would be hard for a long time to get off of fractional lending. Sorry. I have that. I'll cover that. I'll cover that the next day. Sorry, I went late, and then all the 2 o'clock, stuff popped up, which had to be addressed. What we need to do is we need to get off of fractional lending. We can't have fractional lending anymore. The banks can't loan out 90 cents out of every dollar because it creates money out of nothing. It creates a factor of, I think, 990% more money because we keep loaning the money out until we get to a point that is no longer viable. We get to pennies, and then we get to a penny and we can't split the penny. But what people don't want is to get off of fractional lending. We would have to pick a date that after that date, there is no more fractional lending. So let's just say it's January 1 of next year. So January 1 of next year. So let's just do 1 Jan 2026. What happens is after this date, you have to wait in line. It's not about the bank approving you and magically creating money. It's that you have to wait in line until the bank gets loan repayments equal to what you need. And these loan repayments have to be after expenses. So, yeah, but then the government wouldn't be able to collect taxes on the transfer of all that non-existent stuff. True. Yes, there wouldn't be the transactional tax. But if you tried to get off fractional lending and you need $100,000, well, we don't move the house price yet. So we keep the median house price at $416,000 because we can't do both at the same time. Well, now you're number one in line to get a loan from the bank, but the bank has to get $416,000 after their operating costs. Imagine how much that would slow down the economy. January 2026 would grind to a fucking halt. You couldn't get a car loan unless the lending agent had the money. And do you think banks are going to want to be giving car loans at 9% for 5 years when they have to decide out of the same pool of money whether to finance cars or finance houses? So you're not going to be able to get a car loan from anywhere. So we're going to go back to when car dealerships financed the sales, or businesses. So we're going to go back to where dealerships financed their own deals at 20%. Because the car dealership knows that they have to charge everybody 20% because they know whatever the statistic is of how many people skip out on their bill. Well, it doesn't work. So with that said, great show today. If you want to put something into the discussion, just put the whole thing as one conscious line of thought. I can't keep doing the come on, fish, get up on the hook. Just give me the whole thing. Can we talk about the update? Sure, update. Can we talk about the mayor said? What'd he say? Can we talk about Denmark? I don't know. Can we talk about Norway? I don't know. Like, throw it out there. With that said, today was a video game article. Yesterday was politics. if you love politics as much as I do, make sure, I'll just send you to the website. It's easier that way. Oh, that's not the fucking website. I am working on getting the politics presentable on a format that's not on the gaming site. It's just taking me a little. We didn't talk about Alpha 3 because that's a politics day and I don't give a fuck about Alpha 3. But I will, as a parting shot since you asked, I don't give a fuck about a video game that can't make the video game. So what they do is they put in war-peace cycles of PvP cycles when you literally 7 years ago, you thought that mechanic was terrible. You weren't able to get all your corruption system, your wars, you can't make a fun game. You spent all your time, effort, energy, resources building cosmetics and trying to build things, the 12-to-1 draw call, the dynamic meshing. You tried to do a bunch of things that you couldn't do instead of building what you could with the tools you had. So, what does Jalan mean? Well, I don't know. You tell me. You'll figure it out eventually. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I've got some bebopping stuff to do with other projects, and I try to stay on time. I'm 8 minutes late. I gotta go buy a steak. That's why I've asked you. Well, spend some time figuring it out. Only like 2 people in like 15 years have figured it out. I don't give away the answer. I'll talk to you guys later. Steak and eggs. What the fuck is the... There it is.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?